as we look into the future, plan on remote until you hear differently, or some hybrid at this point. I think we don't see many things changing, especially for the next meeting. So hold the dates. One of the things that we've also realized is there any better setup in terms of the time that we are completely dedicated to Zoom, and so we're looking at maybe Zoom fatigue changes, and seeing if there's ways maybe we can break up the day a bit, and see if that's helpful. So I'm doing some research on that, and we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion on this item? Director Shorts.
Thank you. I did have a question on the November meeting. One in my calendar was the dates on the calendar were Tuesday, Wednesday. Was that on purpose? Did I make a mistake there?
Hold on, I'm looking that up. Just give me a sec.
Date.
Okay. I think the 18th and 19th is a Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
And was that in the, I was just looking in the packet. I think it was 17, 18 in the packet, but I may be mistaken.
Oh, that's for next year. So November, so board meeting dates are 18, 19. And then I think you probably saw board meeting dates in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
17, 18.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, excellent. And Director Yan, I am very disappointed that this was not my opportunity to see your part of the state. So we'll get up there.
I hope so, because I miss you all coming, and I miss going to the potato fields. And we had quite a board meeting planned for the Republican River. We don't get out there very often, so I was pretty excited to bring you out to the Republican River Basin and show what's going on out there. So maybe next time.
Well, thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 4, director's reports. We'll start with DNR Executive Director, Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's great to see all the fellow directors as well as other folks that are participating in this really important meeting. I hope you're staying well and healthy. I share Jim's wish. I wish I could see you all in person and be on the tours and so forth around the state. And I'll kind of get to my update too a little bit later on in terms of how the DNR is approaching, meetings statewide. But if I had a magic wand, boy, we would be all over the state right now. So a lot has happened since we last saw each other virtually in July for the last CWCB meeting. We've had one of the worst wildfire seasons in state history. We had the Pine Gulch fire, which is still simmering, that surpassed 139,000 acres. So that is now our state's largest wildfire in history. That surpassed the Hayman fire, which was about 138,000 acres. We've had the Cameron Peak fire. That is the fire that has been straddling kind of western Larimer County and very close to Jackson County, and numerous other fires. The East Fork fire, that was actually one that was not as well known, but pretty complex in terms of the water challenges. That really is the Sugar Eat State Park in New Mexico. The drainage from kind of that region ends up heading to a state wildlife area that Parks and Wildlife actually manage. And then the pumping system ends up going to supply the water for the city of Raton. So that's been challenging and unique to deal with. And then the Grizzly Creek fire, I spent 4 days fighting that fire. I was on a doing structure protection in the northeast part of that particular fire. Fighting fires right now is very challenging, to say the least. They try to have the system set up where you're in a pod, instead of having everyone based at kind of like a fire camp. You're in a particular division and you're out at spike camp. You're more or less camping out, right by the fire. And that particular fire has, is looking much better. But as you all know, the DNR is not the lead firefighting entity in the state. That's really the Division of Fire Prevention Control, which is under Division of Public Safety. But we all play a really integral role in assisting communities and working with them on modeling, on planning, on looking at watershed health. And I just want to give a very special thank you to Becky Mitchell, to Kevin Hauk, and the whole team for really working day and night to assist communities with the aftermath. As a firefighter myself, I know how really scary everything can be, especially if you're being evacuated. But it's almost equally scary when you look at, what wildfires do to water quality and quantity. And that's where we play such a really important role in working with communities. So again, just thank you, Becky, to you and your team. You're rock stars, and we're not out of the clear in wildfire season yet, as you know, but just thank you. Want to give you all a update on COVID numbers, and then kind of share with you some highlights from the other divisions besides Water Conservation Board. The snapshot in terms of where we're at for COVID right now, we're at, for positive cases, 62,099. We've had 7,262 people that have been hospitalized. COVID-19 has had a presence in 63 counties, so not 64 yet, but 63. That one county that has not had a positive case yet is Kiowa County, in the far eastern plains. And they've tested 791,000 people so far, and we've seen about 1,996 deaths due to COVID-19. Some numbers from yesterday in terms of new cases, we're at 288 that were reported from yesterday. And on a 7-day moving average, we were up 6. But the state positivity rate, we're at 2.75%, so that's down 0.21%. So by most accounts, we are ranking 42nd nationally, 50 being the best in terms of the state positivity rate. We are under our Protect Our Neighbors scenario right now, where communities have an opportunity, if they're able to meet a criteria of sufficient hospital bed capacity, sufficient PPE, stable and declining COVID hospitalizations, fewer new cases, sufficient testing capacity, ability to implement case investigation and contact tracing protocol, documented surge capacity, documented strategies to offer testing to close contacts. So these are some of the criteria that the state is using for folks to potentially, for communities to move into this Protect Our Neighbor, which again really kind of allows communities to start making kind of some of their own decision making on COVID-19. It really empowers, I would say, local communities. There are 5 counties now that have been able to meet this Protect Our Neighbors pathway, and that's Gunnison, Moffat County, Gilpin, Rio Blanco, and Mesa. So in those communities, for example, they can have events of up to 500 people, if they wanted to. But here at the DNR, we're still continuing to operate in what's called the Safer at Home order. and really looking at the safety of staff is really number one right now. We have about 1,500 FTE that are part of the Department of Natural Resources, but when you add seasonal and part-time, we're about 3,000 folks altogether. So we're a pretty large organization, but but we have about 800 people that normally work out in the field, anyways, minus COVID-19. So our field staff continues to operate. For example, our parks and wildlife areas, our field inspections, our water monitoring, our mine inspections. Those folks are, continuing to work, and they are able to travel. But our travel guidance overall remains in place, that we are not allowing folks to just travel around right now. So in-state travel is permitted only for the execution of inspections, wildlife interventions, and other health and safety operations. We're actually almost, later on today, I actually have a meeting where I'm continuing to monitor and review our approach and how we do our policies. But using state funds right now, or appropriations or grant funds, or any portion to fund meetings, gatherings, or conferences, including food, meeting space, travel reimbursements, are suspended right now. And that just continues our policy that we've had in place right now. I've also directed our staff that they can continue to work from home at least through January 1st, 2021, trying to provide as much certainty as possible. It doesn't matter if you have kids at home or not, or you're caring for your elderly parents or whatever. If folks are able to work from home, I really want them to be able to continue to do that. I know there was a finance committee meeting yesterday, and I believe Becky and I think Carly Jacobs, my budget director, was able to chat with you all a little bit. But we are continuing to monitor the budget situation, and actually this Friday we're going to have our next economic forecast will be released. I think at 1 p.m. This Friday. So this will really be one of the first times we'll see revenue that's for the projections of 2022 and 2023. And so, I'm really anxious to kind of see what OSPB and the Joint Budget Committee have for this Friday. But the overall outlook for our budget definitely remains very challenging and very uncertain, I would say. And so we are starting to see some of the impacts of the historic collapse of oil and gas. Based on previous forecasts, we're expecting to see DNR severance tax funds to receive $5 million or less in revenue during the fiscal year. And just to give you also a snapshot too, our August severance tax collections were minus $18.9 million. And that really only happens when there's more refunds that have to be paid out than revenue coming in. So that's the second worst scenario we've seen since 2004. And to give you a snapshot of what last August looked like for severance tax collections, we were at a plus $10 million. But as you all know, severance tax, always kind of goes up and down. So we've seen historic lows of minus 35 million and as high as 28 million plus. So, we just need to adapt based on, on kind of that changing severance tax scenarios. We are also working on the anti-speculation law work group. So last year, Senate Bill 48 passed and Governor Polis signed that. That was a bill by Senator Donovan and Quorum and Representative Roberts and Catlin. That was signed on March 30th. So it required me to put together a working group. And the working group will actually be co-chaired by Kevin Ryan and Scott Steinbrecher, who is the Assistant Deputy Attorney General, works for Amy Beatty. And those meetings will be kicked off here very shortly. We've sent out emails inviting folks to participate in that I really think we have a great all-star group of folks, great representation from all over the state that will be participating in that. We are also really excited. The governor announced on August 27th, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Executive Order. And so what that does, that directs the Department of Personnel and Administration to lead all state agencies in taking action on equity, diversity, and inclusion. The DNR has had an EDI WIG, as I think you all are aware. This is our second year of our equity, diversity, and inclusion WIG. So we're really glad that that the DNR will be, a participant along with other agencies on working towards, EDI, values moving forward. But to give you a snapshot too, a little bit more information on EDI, this will impact we're going to have a new hiring guide. We're going to be doing greater community outreach. We're working on implementation and dissemination of universal policy and supporting, EDI throughout all of the Department of Natural Resources. Other news to give you a update on, surprise, surprise, there's a lot going on with Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. As I think many of you have heard me say before, we have a new professional board that was appointed, and so that's a new 5-member board, and they are working on really implementing Senate Bill 181 that really gives direction to the new commission to really take a close look at how we do oil and gas in the state of Colorado. So they are neck deep in mission change, alternative site location analysis, cumulative impacts, and we're actually supposed to have a COGCC meeting today, but that has been moved to this Friday. But the biggest issue right now that they are dealing with is setbacks. What that should look like. Right now, it's 1,000 feet from a school and 500 feet from a residential from a house, and they are contemplating, what the right number should be for setbacks. As you can imagine, some folks are very supportive of the status quo, and some folks are not. And so we're working hard to try to find consensus, if at all possible. We are also working on implementing our shared stewardship MOU, and that's the governor signed that last year. So we are actively working with the Colorado State Forest Service and Colorado Forest Restoration Institute to really do some mapping around the state to have a better understanding of the projects that have been completed throughout the state, whether you're on, federal, state, tribal, local, private lands. We really don't have a good grasp of all the forest health treatments that have been done. And once we have a better idea of what's been done, then we'll have more or less a master map, and we can look at where the gaps are. As you all know too, wildfires don't know the difference between federal, state, private lands. And we really need to look at landscape scale collaboration. And that's what the shared stewardship MOU is all about. And so it's been really exciting to work on that. We are also working really hard on trying to get our new state park, Fisher's Peak, open as quickly as possible. We don't have a date yet, but we are keeping our fingers crossed that we can have I would say, kind of a soft opening as soon as this fall. I was actually just down in Trinidad last week, and it was really exciting to see some of the items that have been added, including, bathrooms and some trails and a great, parking area. And that's just going to be just a tremendous new asset, I would say, for the state of Colorado. Also this week, we have the first meeting of our Geographic Advisory Naming Board, and that will be housed within the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you, Amy Beatty, and your team for assisting us on this. We really want this to be a great kickoff meeting this Thursday, and really important topics we're going to be looking at on, naming of peaks, for example, in places around the state, and of course work with the federal geographic naming board too, because they actually make the final decision, but this group will be advising the governor on possible name changes. And last but not least, I want to share with you, and this may be old news for some, this may be new news for others, but as you all have worked with Amy Moyer for for some time. She is my assistant director on water policy, but also want to let you know that she is also working internally within the governor's office on doing water advising for the governor. So she's kind of playing two roles, and I'm still her boss, but she has a great firepower and great knowledge of water policy. So I'm really happy that she's also able to assist the governor and his executive team on water policy in Colorado. So so she kind of plays this dual role for us right now, and it's a great opportunity for her, and I'm just really excited about that. So with that, I know that was kind of a long update, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I will be participating throughout the day, especially with oil and gas now that it's been moved to Friday. I do have to run for another meeting at about 9:30 this morning, but I'll kind of be in and out like regular. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Gibbs? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Gibbs. Great report. Thank you for literally getting on the ground with the fires out here. It's been such a serious impact to this region, certainly. Just a question. I understand, was there a fire down by the new Fishers State Park near Trinidad? And did that impact any of that property?
Yeah, thank you, Director Schwartz. The fire down there was the East Fork fire. And so that actually was about 11 miles southeast of the property line of Fisher's Peak. So it did not come into our new state park, but the state park is really massive. You know, it's 19,200 acres. So it's actually going to be our second largest state park. But we were able to use kind of the southern entrance area as one of the staging points to help fight the fire. And so I was happy that we were able to partner to help make that happen. But yeah, the fire never hit the state park, but this is one of these fires that's really has houses and structures were really never in jeopardy, but it's really the impacts to water that really had our kind of antenna up and our concerns about that.
Are there any other questions for Director Gibbs? If not, we'll move on to agenda item 4B, CWCB Director Mitchell.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. I want to start with some agency news first. So I always do a bit of a staffing update and where we're at. Craig Gaboo retired this month, and I just want to let everyone know we wish him well. I'm sure he'll be spending a lot more time on the water in his retirement. But for the time being, Ben Wade and Kat Weismiller will be handling the Water Supply Reserve Fund program. Also, we lost Twee Patton. She was a 14-year CWCB staff member, and she left us for FEMA Region 8. She always worked very close with FEMA. And so losing one of those longtime members is definitely a sad thing for us. She began her service in 2006 and initially started with the Community Assistance Program Coordinator position and moved up through the ranks and transitioned to the Floodplain Mapping Coordinator position. So we are sad to see her leave, but I think it's also important to recognize that the floodplain mapping coordinator position is 100% federally funded, and so it was approved for a backfill and has already been advertised. So we anticipate getting that position occupied sometime in October. I want to move on a little bit to even worse news, which is talking about the drought, and just everyone is aware we've had a very dry fall, dry spring, record-breaking temperatures throughout 2020, and even though we've had an average snowpack year, this is a clear example of how average snowpack accumulation or snow accumulation doesn't always translate into average runoff. In addition, we've had some heavy impacts to our agricultural economy and many rural livelihoods from the 2020 drought season. Our ecosystem, forests, and aquatic species have been deeply stressed. And so staff continue to work with the Availability Task Force, the Agricultural Impacts Task Force, and the Drought Task Force to respond to those challenging conditions. Megan Holcomb, Ben Wade, Alex Funk, really putting their back into it on this one, and recognizing the impacts for folks across the state and trying to be there for them. You also heard Dan mention the funding, and we're all anxiously waiting to get our next funding predictions. We will always be efficient and very careful with our state funds, but in times like these, we definitely realize that's even more important. So as you all recall from our finance committee meeting yesterday, but I want to make sure the public is aware that we're working on a work plan to evaluate all of our grant programs, looking at specifically the criteria and guidelines, and then working to make efficiencies across those. And really, I think this is something that makes it easier for our customers across the state when they look towards grant programs. This is a pretty depressing director's report as I move into wildfires. And so this has been a heavy focus for us for a bit of time now. And so the Colorado State Recovery Task Force was activated in August in response to multiple wildfires, including the Pine Gulch Fire, which you heard Dan mention was the largest in Colorado history. That was north of Grand Junction, and the Grizzly Creek Fire near Glenwood Springs. As a member, as CWCB is a member of this task force, so our office is working closely with the Colorado Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, the Department of Local Affairs, impacted Colorado communities, and the federal and FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Administration. All of this is to coordinate timely and effective flood after fire information to residents, staff, and elected officials. I did get to go down and see some of the effects of the Grizzly Creek Fire, which was definitely sobering. Being in water, the biggest thing I could think about was the flood after fire issues. And we think about 2013 and the effects of those floods, which is fairly recent history. And really urging everyone to get flood insurance. I would be remiss if I didn't thank all the firefighters that were out there, especially my boss, Dan Gibbs. It was amazing to see the area that was covered and to think about the heroes that were out there, but also the heroes that are back in our office. Kevin Haupt, Chris Sturm, Doug Mahan have all been actively working with folks on the ground and people across the state to really look at how do we recover after this. I want to talk a little bit also about Colorado River. I'm beginning meeting with individuals across the state that have some expertise on Colorado River issues and really preparing for the guidelines renegotiation. So those are starting and have been active and expect a call at some point to have discussions on that. I also wanted to let folks know that you may have seen a bit in the news about the Lake Powell pipeline, and I wanted to give a little bit of background on that on the record. But the Lake Powell pipeline, which is in Utah, the draft EIS came out and the comments were due September 8th. As we looked at the draft EIS, and the state of Colorado, along with the 6 other states, realized that, or 5 other states, along with Utah, in coordination with Utah, really said there are some issues that we need some time to work on. So I wanted to let not only the board know, but the public know that we signed a letter with 5 other Colorado River Basin states, really focused on our long history of working together collaboratively and working towards consensus, and recognizing that those relationships have successfully guided the management and operations of the system for many years. And so 6 states requested that the Department of Interior refrain from issuing the final environmental impact statement and record of decision regarding that Lake Powell pipeline until all 7 Colorado River Basin states in the interior could reach some consensus on important legal and operational issues that were raised by the project. So we don't normally comment on other states' projects, but this is one of heavy importance to the state of Colorado. So I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. That is all I have in an effort to keep us efficient and moving forward. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Are there any questions? Director Felt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Mitchell or Director Gibbs, this could go to either of you, I guess, but I thought of it, the question after Becky started her report. But, it seems it's probably inevitable that we have the Finance Committee meeting on a Tuesday, and then Friday, the new financial projections are coming out. But I wonder, is there some way that you could try to provide us with just maybe a summary next week or sometime when you've had a little bit of time to digest the latest info and kind of update what we heard yesterday with any new projections, just to give us some food for thought.
Thank you, Director Felt, and we will definitely do that. We are heavily impacted by all of the predictions, and so we will get that information out as soon as we possibly can through email, if that's okay with this group.
Are there any further discussion on this item? Well, seeing none, thanks for the report. We need to hear it, whether it's depressing or not. So thank you for your leadership in this hard time, and you too, Director Gibbs. Let's move on to agenda item 4C, IBCC Director. George.
So good morning again, everyone, and good morning to members of the public who may be listening or joining in. We're always glad for the opportunity of outreach with the public. So good morning and welcome. So let me talk about IBCC both in the past and going forward. Our most recent meeting was back in June 17. So we haven't met formally since then. And we're on about a quarter lead to a 6-month calendar right now. Next meeting is October 21. We'll talk a little bit more about that before I'm done. But of course, you've seen a number of our IBCC members at the demand management workshop meetings and at the meeting that the board held. I think most of the work that's being done by IBCC members right now is related to their volunteering efforts on demand management workshops. And they're also working on some of the other issues that we've been talking about. And just by way of listing, the programs that we are looking at were part of our agenda in June. Certainly the top conversation whenever we get together, as it is here, is drought. And of course, if, and Director Mitchell just highlighted again, and Director Gibbs talked a bit about the consequences But every day the news is more dramatic and not better. If there's any positive to that, the general public is getting the message in ways that only calamity and drought can get their attention. And we've seen this in the past, and it's a positive in the sense that the general public does learn and understands better as we go along, and that helps us, I think, to be able to serve better all around. We also at IBCC have been looking into and studying and I guess wringing hands like everybody else over the budget. I really liked yesterday's analysis and work and presentation. Very, very lucid and not hopeful, but real. And I like the attitude that was expressed all through the day by, I think, really all of us, that we've kind of been here before, and it is sort of built into the life of public agencies that you have these ups and downs. So we're at a down, and I see lots of welcome initiative and innovation in saying, but the work will still get done. So thanks to all of you on that. And that was a good analysis, and IBCC will continue to be listening and looking for where we can help weigh in. At that last meeting, we spent quite a little time talking about the Basin implementation plans. There a lot of work being done out in the roundtables, and also we talked about the water plan updates and how that fits in roundtables and IBCC. Then, of course, we spent our share of time on the large discussion of demand management. As you know and have joined us a number of times, we're focusing on probably one of the biggest imponderables, one of the biggest questions that has no answer. And of course, that's where's the equity? Where's the fairness? How do you build the amount of trust necessary for people to be able to agree on what would be a fair solution? And as you see, have seen from our 4-page summary that we've been making available and been referring to, and did present on at the workshop. Equity is an elusive in a definitional sense. There are a couple main themes, though, that we've focused on. Certainly, it shows up that equity, as you try to be able to define it and take meaning from a definition, is kind of where you sit. It's in the eyes of the beholder. What does it mean to you is going to be different than to everyone else. Nonetheless, if there is to be any useful way of going forward in this large demand management concept, it will be fair. It will have to be, or it's inappropriate public service on our part. So IBCC is really trying to wrestle this concept to the ground, and what we think we're getting is this: for any kind of a demand management to really work and be appropriate, everyone who's affected by the decisions that are made needs to be at the table of decision makers when those choices are made. We know that we're dealing with a series of dilemmas, so there is no right or wrong. All there is choices. And so the only way you can continue to have trust among yourselves and fairness is to have everybody equally accessing the decision-making events. And so when you're talking statewide and then really all the states together, that's a big ask. So how do you do it? Well, we're going to spend more time probably on that last part of how do you do that? Not whether you do it, not whether you collaborate with everyone and everyone's included, but how and when. And so that's probably going to be our driving conversation for a while, and certainly at our next meeting in October. Now we're also continuing to ask the question of ourselves: what else should we be doing? Are we missing other points of discussion, sitting in our unique position as representing or having representatives from all the roundtables? What are we overlooking something in this large picture where we're ideally suited to maybe take a deeper look at it? And so how we're doing this is that we started the conversation 6 months ago by coming back to the roundtables and saying, if IBCC is to be helpful, you need to tell us what would be helpful. And so we're continuing to do that, and we're going back. Roundtables are busy time of year, of course. So we have to come back several times and say, we haven't heard from you. We need your guidance and advice. And so we're building into all of that. And we're really intending to make the October meeting the place where we say, all right, we've been asking now for quite a while. Where should we be? What should we be talking about? How should we be doing it? What goals need to be concluded here? And so I'm expecting, even though it will be virtual, and that's not always the very best process, as we all know, for this kind of a conversation, I still expect to have good attendance and folks ready to really talk about that. So please mark your calendars and weigh in if you can. And I think we'll try to move the marker some in October. So that's where I think we are. Any questions for IBCC?
Are there any questions? Well, seeing none, thank you for your report. Let's move on to, is Director Greenberg with us today to give her report?
Madam Chair, my name is Jordan Beasley. I'm Policy Advisor and Legislative Liaison at the Department of Agriculture, and the Commissioner asked me to be here and present for her today, if that's okay with you.
Excellent, thank you. Please go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody. Again, Commissioner Greenberg sends her regrets for not being able to be here today with all of you, but she asked me to provide an update on her behalf. With regards to the drought situation, obviously, many agricultural producers across the state have been impacted severely. The exceptionally dry and warm August have hit many producers hard in an already difficult year. Commissioner Greenberg has been out touring the state to hear about the impacts of the drought on producers. The governor, the commissioner, and others are continuing to go to all corners of the state to gather further information about the impacts on our various ag producers out there. As many of you know, the impacts of drought are often localized and aren't really fully captured by the broad drought designations. And so getting out there and talking to producers is very important, understanding those impacts. I do want to say that we very much appreciate the support from CWCB and DNR staff, especially those helping organize and support the Agricultural Impact Task Force. And I want to single out Megan Holcomb for her support on that as well. In addition to the droughts, where lots of our producers are also feeling the impacts from the fires, CDA staff has been out assisting in moving livestock and assisting our producers that are impacted by some of those fires. We have been receiving reports of some significant agricultural infrastructure loss in some of the fire areas, including Pine Gulch, which could have some significant impacts on livestock and grazing for years to come. The smoke out on the western slope has also impacted the grapes on many of the western slope wineries, and so we're anticipating some impacts from that going forward for this year's wines. In addition to the drought and the fire, there's been several other extreme weather events this year that have really impacted producers, starting from the early warming this winter and spring, followed by a hard freeze on the western slope that really hit our fruit and peach growers hard. Some of them are seeing less than 10% of their normal harvest this year. Last week's cold and moisture, while a welcome change for many, presented additional challenges to some of our producers who in certain areas had to rush to harvest what they could before the freeze. The eastern part of the state seems to have fared better than a lot of other areas in this latest event, and we're still gathering information, and we'll be analyzing the impacts of that over the next several weeks. Last thing that I wanted to mention is that our specialty crop producers this year have really taken a big hit due to COVID impacts to supply chains, particularly restaurants and institutions, and they have also been largely left out of federal aid. And so we've been working with the governor's office and private partners to try to fill that gap to aid our small producers to help them through this extremely difficult year with COVID, drought, fire, and the extreme weather. That's my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for Jordan? Well, seeing none, thank you for joining us, and please give our best to Commissioner Greenberg. Let's move on to agenda item 4F. I believe Director Prenslow is here.
Can you hear me at all?
We can, yes.
Okay, so I
Director Prenslow, I am going to give you a couple of minutes. I also accidentally skipped Director Ryan, so why don't you take a few minutes and see if we can have you rejoin us. So let's move back to 4E, Director Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe I would have liked to skip my report. It's like everyone else, it's not great news, but I do think it's helpful to maybe go around the state and put a finer lens and maybe in a water administration lens on drought conditions that we've experienced this year. That's what I'm going to do if I could. Again, go geographically around the state. That's the way we often think at the Division of Water Resources, because we do water administration in every corner of the state. We have agriculture in every corner of the state. We have municipal uses and recreational uses in every corner of the state. And I'll start by talking about Division 1. And this is a familiar refrain whenever we have a drought year, and it's a familiar refrain around the state, that we got off to a great start, or a respectable start. We had good reservoir levels. One of the impacts, though, that hurt us is the lack of precipitation in the spring and summer. So while we had a great start, quickly by July, August, at the Kersey gauge downstream of Ruedi, in that area, we were seeing flows at 25% of average, not 25% of the max or some other standard, but 25% of average. And the call downstream of the Denver metro area, this very busy District 2 area, was 1871. So that just gives you an idea of how severely we were having to curtail the more junior water rights than what would normally be thought of as a reliable senior water right was being curtailed. The reservoirs did their job, but in doing their job, they get drawn down, especially on the Eastern Plains out in Director Jan's area. And Director Jan probably has his own perspective on this, but it could be difficult to fill those reservoirs this winter if you don't get good precipitation, good flows. One other comment I want to make about Division 1 on the South Platte, just aside from the drought, that is a very busy area with water right change cases, changing agricultural rights to municipal uses. And so that keeps the Division of Water Resources and all the water users in the basin pretty busy as far as seeing those cases go through water court and ensuring these changes can go on without injuring other water rights. And it's a difficult impact for the agricultural users that are trying to change their rights, but also it's a good effort to make sure we protect other agricultural users also on the river to ensure that those change cases are done well. So that, as the Supreme Court told us 120 years ago, there's not any injury that results from a water rights change case. Down in Division 2 in the Arkansas River Basin, again, the same thing. Reservoirs have done their job, but they're nearly depleted. Calls in Division 2 have been the most senior since 2002. We've heard some ranchers may reduce their cowherd size just to adjust to the conditions in the Arkansas River Basin. I'll point out just another non-drought related item in Division 2. We've been working with Kansas at a very deliberate pace, I'll say, for the last couple of years on a Colorado water users account in John Martin Reservoir, a way for our Colorado water users to get the best use of their fully consumable water so that they can manage their own plans and their businesses. In Division 3, again, the drought. I don't need to tell Director Dutton about this, and we've seen articles. We know that our governor was in Division 3 just a few weeks ago. One difficult task for our division engineer, Craig Cotton, in Division 3 is the way he manages the compact day to day and looks at river flows and looks at forecasts and determines on a somewhat real-time basis how much water needs to be delivered to at the New Mexico state line to ensure we stay in compliance with the compact. Interestingly, that compact does allow us to build a credit or maybe a debit in Elephant Butte Reservoir. One thing, because of the drought, that the risk that he's trying to avoid is overpaying too much, which again is not the loss of water. We can keep the credit, but we lose so much water to evaporation in the reservoir, especially in these conditions. So he has to watch that extra closely. Also, we talked yesterday in the Finance Committee meeting a little bit about aquifer sustainability, and I really appreciated Director Dutton's report on, I believe it was the Aquifer Water Conservation Easement Program for one particular land area and water rights. And that was for the confined aquifer. For the unconfined aquifer, we've got such a difficult situation where we're trying so hard to get that aquifer level back up. And it needs to follow a very steep trajectory over the next 10 years to get to where it needs to be. Unfortunately, over the summer, that aquifer has lost another 150,000 acre feet. So not only is it not on the steep trajectory, it's actually going in the wrong direction, and so difficult for the water users down there. But I do appreciate, again, all the work that they are doing, and as we see in the effort for the confined aquifer, it's a very difficult situation. In Division 4, the Gunnison River Valley, or the Gunnison River Basin, excuse me, we often forget about the Grand Mesa and what a source of water that is. There's 180 downstream reservoirs, but even those were difficult to manage this year as much precipitation and snowpack as we get on the Grand Mesa. The severe drought conditions have made it difficult to take that amount of water and not lose it to transit losses, evaporation, etc. Also note, this is something I came in and heard Director Anderson talking about, but the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association had a place to call on Uncompahgre at the end of June, even as the natural flow is still diminished. So I know that they needed to get water out of Ridgeway Reservoir just to keep them going through the summer, and it's been very difficult. In Division 5, the Colorado River Basin, again, the same thing, lack of spring and summer precipitation has been a problem. Just from an administrative standpoint, and an indirect drought impact, the Grizzly Creek fire made it very difficult with I-70 closed for us to jump around and administer water in different basins. Of course, we were lacking a few important staff members, so we're having to have people jump around, and when a major hydrant like that is closed, and the workaround, the geographic workaround is a long way, and it's very difficult. One other important item I want to bring up from the Colorado River Basin, and I'm just about to wrap up, Madam Chair, but some of you may have heard that Colorado Springs Utilities released information that Colorado Springs Utilities, Aurora Water, and Pueblo Water through the Front Range Water Council have developed a plan to pilot a reservoir release. We talked about this just a little bit in the last meeting, but I believe beginning September 23rd to 24th, they will be releasing some of the trans-basin water from Home State Reservoir with the intent and in cooperation with us to deliver that water to the state line, to the Utah state line, as water that bypasses other water rights. This is water that otherwise would have been taken and consumed by the Front Range, but instead they're releasing it. And it's a small block of water, but significant enough for us to learn about the delivery, the administration, things like losses, etc. And again, it's a unique effort, and that will begin next week. For Division 6, the Ample River Basin, many of you know, Dr. Brown, that we had a difficult situation that the division engineer had a place to call once again after doing it in 2018. And we recognized that Tri-State and the Colorado Water Trust and the River District went to some great efforts to deliver water, just basically to change the dynamics of the call and improve them so water users could continue to divert during this, what otherwise would have been a curtailment. We appreciate that, and also will plan to work with those parties, those of us at DWR to work with those parties to plan for those events in coming years and how to react to those. And lastly, I'll talk about Division 7, Vehicle Hawkins down in the area. And I just need to mention that there's a product compact where we normally can achieve compliance without a lot of difficulty. Again, the very, very dry conditions have made it just virtually impossible, no matter how much water we would try to deliver to that compact, it just gets lost in an extremely dry, extremely losing stretch of the river. So that's been difficult. We've seen, again, in Division 7, hog plans on the Florida River that are in place to help users. Those plans have not operated because even the augmentation water has been called out. That's how severe the call has gotten. That's a quick trip around the state. I will leave it at that unless there are any questions, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions for Director Ryan? Seeing none, my apologies again for skipping you. And we will move on to agenda item 4F, Division of Parks and Wildlife. Just trying to give Director Prenslow or maybe Rob Harris another opportunity if there is a report.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Rob Harris, I know that Director Prenslow, as you could see earlier, he's on the road this morning and is struggling with some cell reception. So I request, with your leave, just the opportunity for Director Prenslow to get his report out of order as soon as he's able to get an internet connection.
All right. We will, unless there's any concerns about that from the board, we will work with that, and maybe you could help me identify when he has reception again.
You bet. Thank you.
And then we can move on to agenda item 4G. Keith, are you with us today?
I am. Thanks, Madam Chair. Can somebody let me know if you can hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you. I was late in submitting my executive director report, so it's not linked to your packet, but I have since submitted it, and it should be circulated to you. If it hasn't already, it should be at some time, and happy to answer any of those questions on that report. I'll go briefly here, as I know you're up against the time. Under our wastewater program, which we call the Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund, we have about 6 loans that have closed during the year, about $50 million. We're currently working on about 9 loans for $56 million, and that leaves us about $10 million on the wastewater side for the remainder of the year. On the drinking water side, we've got 4 loans in progress for about $1.6 million, and we've closed 16 loans to date for about $40 million. This leaves us about $20 million for the rest of the year. I don't think we're going to obligate all the funds, but we could be close, particularly on the wastewater side. We do have a bond sale coming up, which we're somewhat rushing to market. It's with 2 entities, the City of Evans and the City of Sterling. City of Evans has an interesting stormwater project. Stormwater is something we've done and can do for years. I don't think folks necessarily think of us when it comes to stormwater projects, but there's certainly a water quality component to stormwater projects. And so we are allowed to fund under our wastewater program those stormwater projects. And we have been seeing a few more of those as of late. So that bond sale, those 2 borrowers, is about $46 million between the 2 of them. As I mentioned, we are rushing it to market a little bit to get it in front of the elections. What we're hearing is if it's a close election, which it looks to be, and I'm talking about the presidential race, if there's any uncertainty when the elections conclude, that's bad for the market. And so if it is weeks or even months before a determination is made in terms of a presidential election, that has in the past and will often throw the markets into chaos. And so we're rushing like a few folks to get that done in front of that time. Moving on to ALP, which is Lake Nighthorse. And if you recall, years ago, we had bought about 2,600 acre feet or 5,200 acre feet of supply in Lake Nighthorse. Those have all been sold with the exception of 151 acre feet to the ALP district. That ALP district has been on contract with us to purchase those remaining shares, and I'm happy to report that we're in process of working with them right now. And before October 1, we're scheduled to complete the sale for the remaining 151 acres to that district. That means we'll be out of the water rights business, which we look at as a good thing. We are watching the federal stimulus bills that have been suggested, particularly when it comes to water and wastewater projects. What we're hearing is that you're not going to see likely a water stimulus bill before the elections. It's just likely not to happen. So while we're coordinating with our partners in case there is a stimulus bill or a stimulus bill down the road, it's looking more and more likely that that will not happen until after November elections. As far as our board meeting process goes, our next 2 board meetings are scheduled audio video. We had planned to take a trip out with our board, which we like to do at least once or twice a year, particularly at the October board meeting. And we were scheduled to go down and visit the folks with Sterling. Not only do they have a wastewater project, we're currently working with them, but we helped them we funded their entire water project. And it's a great project, huge water treatment plant out there. They had to remove radionuclides. So it was a very difficult and challenging project, but one that got completed and We're going to go out on a tour on that. So we're missing going out and seeing everybody, but that will have to hold off. As far as our operations go, we're back in the office. We were out from March 15th to June 15th. We brought folks back into the office, and we have kind of a unique setup. It's a small office with just 14. Everybody has their own offices with the exception of front desk. So you can isolate. We're only bringing half the staff back, and they're only working 2 days at a time. So we did that from about June 15th until late July. Late July, unfortunately, one of our employees tested positive for COVID. And although that individual was asymptomatic, so they weren't showing any symptoms, the reason why they had tested and likely had got it is they have a family member that was rushed to emergency room who was then tested and tested positive for COVID. And they're not doing so well, unfortunately, and have been in ICU for about 6 weeks now. So during that time, we were placed under public health orders by the Denver Health Department, and that ratchets up the requirements that you have to do to open your office. So we were closed for about 6 weeks. We just opened back up this week on additional requirements and restrictions. We're checking temperatures of employees twice a day, for example. I hope to stay at this point and be able to bring folks back in for a couple of days a week, but it really is a challenge. And if we have another employee that tests positive, that's considered an outbreak by Denver, and that essentially will shut our office down, and we'll sort of be working from home indefinitely at that point. Last thing I was going to mention was our board specifically, when we met in August, was thinking about the CWCB in particular when it comes to drought, wildfires, budget issues, and they asked me to just reach out to this board and let you all know that if there's something that our board or our staff can be doing, and of course we're coordinating with you folks regularly on projects, but if there's something in addition or some way that this board can help CWCB board, we definitely want to offer that up and lend that assistance. So with that, I'll close and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Keith. Are there any questions? Well, seeing none, Keith, thank you for your report, and please let your board know that we heard that offer, and I'm sure that our staff and board members will take you up on that as we, find ourselves in asking some of those same questions.
But thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to request for authorization to initiate formal rulemaking for House Bill 20.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, if I might, this is Rob Harris in the Water Resources Section Manager at CPW. Dan has asked, or Director Prenslow has asked that I give his CPW update, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, sorry about all the confusion, and I know Director Prenslow sends his apologies. So I just have some brief remarks. This summer has really been dominated by some exceptionally hot and dry conditions, as we all know. When CPW, we've been implementing some voluntary fishing closures around the state, and we've coordinated pretty closely with the BLM and the U.S. Forest Service on firefighting operations, as well as preparing for salvage operations for native fish populations that are really threatened by the ash and debris flows from Grizzly Creek, Pine Gulch, and the Williams Fork fires. So for example, when we've also been busy, we're trying to save some of our stocking operations. I mean, we estimate that we've just in strict dollar terms, we've lost about $500,000 worth of fish, and that's not including all the impacts to angling and to recreation and the local economies. But despite these challenges, there are some, real success stories. We've been trying to make the most of our stored water to help stress fisheries, and just some examples include, moving water out of Lake Avery through our Instream flow loan, releases from the Fish and Wildlife Pool at Silverjack Reservoir. We have some releases that we've coordinated between the Water Trust, River District, Tri-State, and CPW and the recovery program on the Yampa River, which, as you all know, went on call this again this year. And then also CPW strategic releases out of Beaver Park Reservoir to benefit Beaver Creek, South Fork, and the Rio Grande to lower water temperatures. Another success story has been implementation of the Arkansas River Voluntary Flow Management Program. And really this was thanks to very close coordination with all the partners who worked together to ensure target flows at the Wellsville gauge, low Salida stayed at or near 700, which is kind of that magic number that we target for both rafting and fishing between July 1st and August 15th. So lots of folks to give kudos to, and I'm probably going to be leaving some people off here, but Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District, kudos to them for making their 10,000 acre feet available, as well as the Bureau of Reclamation for their skilled weather forecasting and release management out of Turquoise, as well as the Pueblo Board of Waterworks for their generous and consistent releases from Twin Lakes. And also very high compliments to CPW's Tom Waters, our park manager of the AHRA, for his weekly coordination, leadership, and just a lot of folks who really made that happen. Again, I'm probably leaving somebody off. And then finally, as we've seen, such increased use of our state parks and just recreation more generally during the COVID pandemic, we're leading the Colorado Recreates Responsibly initiative. And this is, hopefully a friendly reminder to to Coloradans about, how we recreate and how we behave responsibly in the outdoors and leave no trace and those sorts of considerations. So, just trying to reinforce that ethic of responsible conservation and outdoor practices. So with that, that concludes the CPW Director's Report.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your report, and we will now move on to agenda item 5.
Good morning. This is Linda Bassi with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. Agenda item 5 is request for authorization to initiate formal rulemaking to revise the in-stream flow rules to implement House Bill 2011-57. This is an action item, and there are 3 attachments to your memo: House Bill 1157, the draft revised rules, and a draft statement of basis and purpose. And before I dive in, I want to acknowledge the team of people who have been working on these rules revisions. And they are Kaylee White, Jen Mealy, Mark Sarmiento from the AG's office, Susan Schneider, and Kim Ricotta, our paralegal. So I just want to thank them. This has been a team effort. I'm not sure how to forward my slide. Do I need to ask? Okay, thank you. So just to remind everyone, we're revising the in-stream flow rules to comply with and implement House Bill 1157 and to update references to the CWCB website, which was out of date, and to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, which also were out of date. Since the July board meeting, we have held 2 informal stakeholder meetings, both remotely, on August 3rd and August 18th. The first one was attended by 58 people and the second one by 31 people. So we had, a pretty good discussion. We also presented on the rules to the Arkansas Basin Roundtable on August 12th and had a not as in-depth a discussion, but it was good. We've also had communications with individual stakeholders. And also since July, House Bill 1157 became effective on September 13th. Next slide, please. So today, we are going to request the board to authorize initiating the formal rulemaking process and to appoint Deputy Attorney General Amy Beatty as hearing officer. If the board adopts staff's recommendation, staff and the Attorney General's office will coordinate on filing a notice of rulemaking with the Secretary of State. That notice of rulemaking also includes the proposed rules, the statement of basis and purpose, and information on how to obtain party status. And that all gets published in the Colorado Register. When we have a list of parties to the rulemaking process, the hearing officer would issue an order establishing deadlines for submitting written statements and information about the process. And the notice would set the hearing for January 2021. And we anticipate that the hearing officer would brief the board more in depth on the rulemaking process at the November board meeting. Next slide, please. So we put together a potential timeline, and this is just to illustrate what it might look like. It's not carved in stone. There are if you file a document with the Secretary of State between the 1st of the month and the 15th, then it gets published in the Colorado Register on the 25th. So we are saying that by October 15th, we'd file that notice of public rulemaking. And then on October 25th, all of those documents would be published. 1 to 2 weeks later, notices of party status would be due. 1 to 2 weeks later, the hearing officer would issue that order on deadlines, pre-hearing conference date, and any other procedural matters. Then, assuming that the board held the hearing on January 25th and adopted the rules, by February 12th, we would file the adopted rules with Secretary of State and Office of Legislative Legal Services. Before we can do that, we have to go through some steps, getting an Attorney General opinion on the rules. So then the rules would be published in the Colorado Register on February 25th, and by March 17th, the rules would be effective. So that's a timeline that would hopefully allow us to use these new tools for next year's summer season. And we're hoping that will work. So the rules become effective 20 days after they are published in the Colorado Register. Next slide, please. So a little bit about public input. We've received 8 comment letters or emails to date. Those are posted on the board's website. We also heard a lot of comments at stakeholder meetings, and we made several changes to the draft rules in response to those comments. The draft of the rules you're seeing today is the 3rd draft of the rules. We've changed, added and tweaked things in the other drafts, many of them in response to comments received. So some examples of comments we received. One was that when we submit an application for approval to the state engineer for a renewable loan, the commenters wanted to make sure that that also included access to all the supporting documentation. So we added language to the rule to that effect. Another was to make sure that when the board directs staff to move forward with the renewable loan, that is conditioned upon the state engineer finding no injury. And there were several requests for procedural clarifications. We're still engaged in discussions with some stakeholders and working on a couple of unresolved issues. We also received comments on in-stream flow rules that we are not amending, and that the board, we did not recommend to the board in July that it amend. We were hoping to remain focused on implementing this new law and on making those clerical changes that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So with that, rather than slogging through the rules document, which is attached to your memo, I thought I would just quickly go through what the rules do. 6K defines both types of temporary loans, expedited and renewable, describes the allowable uses for each type of loan and the time periods for which they may be exercised. 6K1 addresses expedited loans, including limitations on how they can be used, notice and documentation requirements, staff responsibilities, the CWCB director's role, and how the board reviews and approves these loans. Next slide, please. 6K2 is an entirely new rule. 6K1 used to be the rule that addressed 3 and 10-year loans, and so we revised it to just address these expedited loans. And then we added 6K2, which addresses renewable loans and includes various limitations on how they can be exercised, the board process for reviewing, considering public comment, and directing staff whether to move forward with a proposed renewable loan, actions that the board will take when considering a proposed renewable loan to improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree, and those come straight out of House Bill 1157. Types of water rights and water activities the board must consider any potential injury to when evaluating a proposed renewable loan. Next slide, please. It also includes actions that the board authorizes and directs staff to take when directing staff to move forward with a loan, including coordinating with the applicant on preparing and submitting documentation and providing notice. And the board also authorizes staff, provided that the state engineer determines no injury will result from the loan, to execute an agreement for the loan and take any administrative action necessary to put the loaned water to in-stream flow use. Next slide, please. The rule also gives direction on how a person can request a hearing on a proposed renewable loan. It sets forth the board's process for reviewing, considering public comment, and deciding on whether to authorize staff to coordinate with an applicant on applying for a renewal of an existing renewable loan for an additional 10-year period. Remember that these loans can be renewed for 2 additional 10-year periods. Next slide, please. Revisions. We also added a rule 6K3. This is language that comes directly out of House Bill 1157 and provides that water rights loaned to CWCB under an expedited or renewable loan are not precluded from concurrent or subsequent inclusion in a water conservation, demand management, compact compliance, or water banking program or plan, as now exists or may exist in the future. We then amended Rule 6M to address the hearing process for renewable loans. And it differs from the hearing process for other acquisitions of water for in-stream flow use, only regarding the recipients of notice and when the notice of a hearing will be provided. Next slide, please. I also wanted to touch on the statement of basis and purpose, which is attached to the memo. The Administrative Procedure Act requires an agency to submit, along with the notice of rulemaking, a statement in plain language concerning the subject matter or purpose of the proposed rule or amendment. So basically, it provides a roadmap to the rules revisions. It's kind of like a Reader's Digest version of the proposed rules. And the board has adopted that with every time it's done a rulemaking. So that is also attached to your memo. Next slide, please. Well, so this is staff's recommendation, but before I launch into this, I should pause and see if there are any questions from the board or if anyone has signed up to provide public comment.
Thank you, Linda. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I am not aware that anybody has signed up for public comment. And so I think you can proceed to staff recommendation.
Thank you. Staff recommends that the board authorize staff to coordinate with the Attorney General's office to initiate the formal rulemaking process for revisions to the in-stream flow rules that would address the requirements of House Bill 2011-57 and update references to the CWCB's website in Rule 4C, and references to Colorado Parks and Wildlife throughout the in-stream flow rules. The formal rulemaking process will include a hearing on the in-stream flow rules revisions that will be scheduled for January 2021. Staff also recommends that the board appoint Deputy Attorney General Amy Beatty as hearing officer for the rulemaking hearing to oversee procedural matters such as setting deadlines and submission of documents.
Thank you, Linda. We do have a question from Director Trick.
Hi, Linda.
Good morning.
Hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
I just had a quick question before we proceed on this action item. So can you give us a little bit of a flavor for what kinds of comments came out of the stakeholder meetings in general? What concerns were expressed by those participants? Just kind of a Reader's Digest kind of version.
Sure. So some other concerns were that, or comments were, there were some questions about using a loan for more than 120 days in a calendar year. And so we tweaked that language to more clearly match the language in the rule. In the bill. They were concerned about use of loaned water outside of a decreed in-stream flow reach. And so we added language to address that. We hadn't been extremely clear about that in our first draft. They also were concerned that the board, they wanted to make sure that the board would be made aware of proposed loans that staff decides to not bring to the board. And since some of those can be confidential when we're working with a water rights owner on an offer of water, and the water rights owner might not want us to bring it to the board and tell the board that we rejected it for whatever reason. We put language in the rule that said that we would bring it to the board if the water rights owner wanted us to and disagreed with staff's decision to not move it forward. And there were also concerns about a lot of the concerns were just to tighten up the language to make sure that everything was based on no injury resulting. And there was a concern about timing of when an applicant can reapply for a renewable loan, whether it's at the end of the 10-year period, and that wasn't clear. And so we just put the language from the bill into the rule to address that. There are also, we received comments that pertain to notice issues and more local participation. And some of the comments we received pertained more to our new in-stream flow appropriation process. And so we have started some other conversations with those stakeholders to discuss their concerns more in depth. I think that's pretty much a Reader's Digest version, Director Trick.
Okay, thank you. And I think your memo to us indicated that those comments are all available on the website posted now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Linda? If not, we do have a staff recommendation on an action item. Director Brody?
I'll move that we approve staff recommendations on item 5 to authorize staff to coordinate with the AG's office to initiate the formal rulemaking for revisions to the rules concerning the Colorado in-stream flow and natural lake level program, as well as to appoint Deputy Attorney General Amy Beatty as hearing officer for this rulemaking process.
All right, it's been moved by Director Brody. Second. And seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. If you are opposed to the motion, please indicate so in the chat or raising your hand. And seeing none, the motion is approved. Let's move on to agenda item 6, lease of Ruedi Reservoir water.
Thank you. Linda Bassi with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. This item 6, pertains to a lease of Ruedi Reservoir water for in-stream flow use on the Fryingpan River and the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River. This is an informational item. There are 4 attachments to your memo: a vicinity map, the Colorado River District's offer letter, a memo from the Roaring Fork Conservancy, and a letter of support from the Ruedi Water and Power Authority. Next slide, please. This proposal will sound familiar to some of you. The River District has offered a short-term lease of 3,500 acre-feet of water that the district holds in Ruedi Reservoir for in-stream flow use in the Fryingpan River to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree for the period of January 1st through March 31st in 2021, and for any remaining water after March 31st for in-stream flow use in the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. CWCB entered into a similar lease with the district in 2018 for these uses in 2019, and that resulted in significant benefits to the Fryingpan River in the winter, and it also helped supplement flows in the 15-mile reach. Next slide, please. Today is the first of a 2-board meeting process to consider this proposal with no action required. Staff has sent out the required notices and requests for recommendation. Within 20 days of this meeting, anyone can request the board to hold a hearing on this proposal. And if no one requests a hearing, staff will request approval of this offer at the November board meeting. Next slide, please. The water to be leased and the proposed uses are as follows. From January 1st to March 31st, it would be up to 3,500 acre-feet of water that the district holds in Ruedi Reservoir under a specific contract with the Bureau of Reclamation. In addition to municipal and industrial uses, this contract authorizes the district to use water to supplement winter in-stream flows in the Fryingpan River. Additionally, decreed uses of Ruedi Reservoir include piscatorial. The board would use the leased water to preserve up to 39 CFS, that's the decreed in-stream flow rate, and to improve up to 70 CFS, the natural environment on the Fryingpan River, at times when low temperatures and low flows combine to create anchor ice, with the goal of preventing the formation of that ice, which is detrimental to habitat for both aquatic macroinvertebrates and for fish. Next slide, please. Any remaining leased water that's available after March 31st, we would use water available to the district under a different contract with Reclamation. That contract authorizes M&I use, which includes use of water by piscatorial users, including delivery of water to supplement stream flow. We would use that water on the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River from April 1st through June 30th to preserve the natural environment by helping to meet or reduce shortfalls to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, a recovery program flow recommendations. From July 1st to September 30th to preserve the natural environment by supplementing our existing decreed in-stream flows and improve the natural environment by providing water above those decreed amounts to help meet or reduce shortfalls to the Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations. Next slide, please. CWCB and the district would enter into a 1-year lease agreement similar to the one in 2018. We have to request that Reclamation approve the lease. And from the January-March for the January-March time period, CWCB staff would coordinate with the River District, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the Roaring Fork Conservancy, and Reclamation on timing and amount of releases of Ruedi water, requesting those releases, and recording and accounting for the releases. In 2019, CPW and Roaring Fork Conservancy staff were out on the ground monitoring to see if anchor ice was forming. They were also monitoring the temperature and flow levels. So we were able to base our decisions on how to use this water on real-time information. After March 31st, staff would coordinate with CPW, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Reclamation on releases. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through the in-stream flow rule 6 factors that the board has to consider for acquisitions. And because we would be leasing water that's stored in priority and released for delivery to in-stream flow reaches, historical use and return flows and material injury to existing water rights are not at issue. This proposal would promote maximum utilization of waters of the state by allowing this stored water to be released and beneficially used to preserve and improve the environment on the Fryingpan River and the 15-mile reach, and then available for subsequent use downstream of the in-stream flow reaches. The proposed lease does not negatively impact any interstate compact. Next slide, please. When leased water is available for in-stream flow use on the Fryingpan River, or remaining leased water is available for in-stream flow use on the 15-mile reach, it can be used to supplement the board's decreed in-stream flow water rights. And on the Fryingpan River, it can be combined or stacked with existing in-stream flow rights to meet CPW and Roaring Fork Conservancy flow recommendations to prevent formation of anchor ice. And on the 15-mile reach, the leased water can be stacked with existing in-stream flow rights and other leased water to help meet those flow recommendations for the endangered fish. Next slide, please. We've consulted with Water Division 5, and they have indicated that release and delivery of leased water from Ruedi Reservoir through the Fryingpan River to its confluence with the Roaring Fork River and to and through the 15-mile reach will be administrable. They've administered this type of lease in 2019. Anticipated benefits of this lease include on the Fryingpan River, providing flows to prevent anchor ice and benefit those macroinvertebrates and fish. The Fryingpan River is a gold medal trout fishery that's very important to the community. There's a lot of local support for this proposal. The fishing on that river is an economic driver for the locals. And in the 15-mile reach, this lease will provide flows to benefit endangered fish habitat and help meet recovery program goals. Next slide, please. So now I will touch on the cost of the transaction, and we will be requesting the board for authorization to use funds authorized by Section 3760-123.7 for acquisitions of water for in-stream flow use, and those would be construction funds. The price of the lease is $68.50 per acre foot, which for 3,500 acre feet amounts to $239,750. That price is set by the River District's water marketing policy that governs its water leases and prices, which are set by which reservoir the water comes from and what use it will be put to. And you might notice that we've paid different lease prices for Ruedi water. Each entity that owns Ruedi water has its own method of setting prices for leasing that water. So we're proposing using the construction funds for this lease, and Financial Policy 19 governs the use of these funds and requires the board to consider additional factors when using leased water to improve the natural environment. Next slide, please. One of those factors is the balance between consumptive and non-consumptive needs and uses of water on the rivers where the water will be used. We've looked at this and it does not appear to affect that balance. Released water will run through the hydropower plant at Ruedi Reservoir and generate power prior to the in-stream flow use. Below the Fryingpan in-stream flow reach, the water will be available to the next diverter in priority. Historically, there are no winter calls for water on the Fryingpan River. The least water that we use on the 15-mile reach will be available to the next diverter in priority below the reach. Next slide, please. Policy 19 also requires staff to obtain information from Colorado Parks and Wildlife on an acquisition that will improve the natural environment. And that includes the degree to which the acquired water will provide additional usable habitat in the reach where we're using it, and an analysis of the degree to which acquired water benefits the natural environment and doesn't result in hydraulic conditions that are actually detrimental to the aspects of the natural environment that are intended to benefit from the acquisition. We have been talking with CPW about this proposal, and CPW will provide a written recommendation letter that includes this information at the November board meeting. Next slide, please. That is all I have. And John Courier from the River District and Heather Lewin from Roaring Fork Conservancy are with us today and available to answer questions, and I can answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Director Brown.
Thank you. Linda, I love your hair, by the way. But also my question is, did we use the water that we approved being able to use at our January 2020 meeting from Garfield County? I was just curious if we released that water.
Yes, Director Brown, we used that water first before we started using water available under our lease from the Ute Water Conservancy District.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Linda? Director Yan?
Yeah, thanks, Linda, for bringing this. And I just want to thank the River District again for offering this water, especially at this time when, you know, we're in the midst of a drought. It could help in that area. So I just want to tell them thanks for bringing this to us again.
Thank you. I do see that John Courier and Heather Lewin are signed up for public comment. Let's start with you, John. Would you like to address the board?
Excuse me, John, I think you're on mute.
John, I think you're unmuted now if you want to try again.
I don't think he hears. You may want to chat him.
Can't hear you.
I'm actually not seeing him on the chat. Give me a second. While we're waiting for John, let's move on to Heather. Heather, did you want to address the board?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Heather.
Great. Keep my comments pretty brief. I just wanted to thank the CWCB for considering this water lease again. We implemented this 2 years ago and saw some good benefits and good results locally. We're working this winter to get some more objective measurements done on anchor ice and the impacts of increasing those flows in the Fryingpan. So hopefully we'll have some good information to report for you at the end of the winter.
Thank you, Heather. John, I wanted to let you know we did not hear any of your comments. If you would like to state them now, please go ahead. We still can't hear you. I'm sorry. You are unmuted.
Does John want to try calling in on the phone line?
Yeah, John, we still can't hear you. While we're waiting for John, Director Schwartz, did you have a question for Linda?
Well, I had a question for Linda or either of the presenters. Just a question of how we are going to coordinate these releases. Will there'll be coordination with Bureau of Reclamation? How oftentimes that can be an issue, and we've worked towards a coordinated approach. And any thoughts about making sure? Obviously, we have some experience under our belt that they will be going forward with some protocols.
When we did this is Linda. When we implemented this lease in 2019, we were Roaring Fork Conservancy, River District, and Reclamation and CPW were in pretty close touch via email on coordinating the releases. We did not encounter any problems, and we received records of what was released from Reclamation. For the use of the leased water in the 15-mile reach, the Fish and Wildlife Service and Reclamation have protocols in place. They include us in their communications and updates, and we haven't experienced any issues in that regard either, Director Schwartz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I did get a message from John. He does not have any specific comments and sends his thanks for entertaining the lease. So sorry for the technical difficulties. So Linda, thank you for your presentation on this. Very excited to see this opportunity coming again. I particularly like that we can do one release and help two rivers at the same time. And this is just an informational item, so you are not looking for any board action today, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at our morning break. We are 1 minute behind. Let us take a break and reconvene at 10:40.
Can I do a sound check? Is someone there? Can someone here make sure that our mic's working?
I can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Kurt, they just teased you this past week with starting football,
Yeah, I've got a junior in high school, and as much as I want to get on the football field, my heart breaks for him. So yeah, that go no go, and there's still some chances that something will happen. I don't know. I don't know. We've been playing with the idea that if we do play in the spring, maybe we can play some Monday night football, because Friday night football is in the fall. Maybe we could actually have some Monday night spring football. We'll see.
I like that, Kirk. I like that.
We can have that dun, 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 on Monday nights. I don't know. Any way we carve it up, it's just going to be tough on these kids. And those of us that live and die for football, if we weren't crazy before, we're gonna lose it here pretty soon. Let's see, do I have Vivian? Do I have the screen share option yet? Yes, I do. It's all right. I'll start off my presentation with a special.
Nice.
Do you see the future generation of Colorado on your screen?
I see. I like his hair almost as much as Linda's.
It was interesting. Somebody commented on Linda's hair. This is what my hair looks like first thing in the morning before I get showered and cleaned up.
I think we could all benefit from a pacifier sometimes these days.
This is true.
In whatever form that might take.
As long as it's like a bottle of wine, I'm good. That is Ragnar Jameson. And he just started becoming mobile, which it's been a while since I've had a kid in the house that moves like that. I forgot how everything that's within 2 feet off the ground is available for going in the mouth or down the stairs or you name it. It's fun times. Madam Chair, I'll wait till you say go.
Thank you, Kirk. Let's reconvene. And let's move on to agenda item 7, financial matters.
Thank you, and good to see the board again today. Thank you for your attention yesterday at the Finance Committee meeting. I know those can get laborious, and certainly this year with the limited funds, it just highlights the need to pay attention to all the details. And so this, obviously, this agenda item, let me zoom this up a little bit. Fill your screen. So this agenda item is it is not an action item, and I'm Kirk Russell, the Finance Section Chief. So at every board meeting, we present a look at the balance of our funds, and it's interesting. In 09-10, I think, is when we started doing this at every board meeting, and it was a result of the budget sweep that we had at that time. I think the number was $170 million. And so we're kind of back to that same situation where in previous board meetings, maybe it seemed like it wasn't necessary to look at this because there was plenty to go around, but we're back to a situation where I think looking at some of the details is going to be more important. So what I want to point out is the starting number, and we're looking at the construction fund on the screen, the starting number, because of the pandemic and some of the difficulties in getting things arranged. In a normal year, right now, we're just finishing up the audit work, and it's actually not an audit, it's a compilation of the loan program, the construction fund and the severance tax fund. And that is done by an auditor, and Lauren Miramont steers that with that audit group. And at the end of that, they produce this starting number that is up there on line number 2, the unreserved cash at the beginning of the year. And that's what I use to share with you all what we have available, what it looks like as money comes in. Some projects are closed out, they go into repayment. Sometimes there's extra money in those items, in some of those contracts. Sometimes we have, and we've seen this of recent, the bond market, as Keith was talking about, the interest rates are so low that I think we're seeing some paid in full early. And so I show those reverse back into these presentations at each board meeting. So we try to keep you up to date with all that information. My comment on the 25.5 million, we're still tweaking some of those numbers to make sure that we line up with the state's budget folks, Carly's group. So we're still in a little bit of a transition there. So just a heads up, there may be a different number up there in November. I've asked for the best number that we have available at this time, and that's where we're going to start the conversation for the year. Row number 3, the cash in from Treasury interest, you see that 4M and the 30M. That 30M is usually a 20. When we start the year, we look at what revenue's coming in from interest and principal from the loans, and that normally is a 20. We've already received $10 million in extra money into the construction fund as a result of a paid in full. And so it was excess principal that I'm showing you available. And so as you work your way down that list on the projections here, the end of the year running about 75.5 million. On the right side is the current flow of money. You can see we've also had some reversals and deauthorizations at about 4.2 million. Those are those contracts that they didn't use up all their money. we actually had a loan to Firestone, and they went to the bond market and closed out their loan with us early. Didn't even use all of the full 10 million, so it rolled back about 4 million back into our available funds. We call that a reversal. You can see we haven't received any FML money. Federal mineral lease is projected at 7.2 million-ish, and that was based on the June projection. That could change a little bit in this September 20th projection. As we move down, I am recommending that the one of the loans comes out of the construction fund at $4.2 million. Many times the board asks, why do you choose which fund to take a loan out of? And sometimes it's related to the money available in the fund, but other times it's a desire to get the larger interest earning into the construction fund, where we've got a little bit more flexibility with non-reimbursables and some of the other things we do with the construction fund. So this fund seems to play out. If we project about a $10 million available for new loans, that leaves us where we need to be at the bottom at the end of the year of about 17.7 million based on all that information. We always like to target no less than 13 million because that covers operations plus the auto refreshes that are in statute that we talked about yesterday at Finance Committee meeting. I'll jump to the severance tax fund, and then we can come back if there are any questions. Now, this one's a little bit more interesting this go around. So as you're aware, actually I should go back, pointing out that you see the $33.0 million, $33.0 million in Tabor Reserve, that's identified in there. And so we're tracking that as a possible expense. Severance tax, the starting number currently is about 8 million, which lines up fairly close to what the budget folks had determined available in this fund when the $45.5 million was swept for the general fund. The message was that leaves $30 million available in this fund for new loans within CWCB. And so you can see already we're at 19.6 million out of that 30 million. And so we're moving through those loan authorization and funds available pretty quick. Going back up to the projections up here, Treasury interest with principal and interest on loans. Revenue from severance tax, we've talked about this $5 million number, and we'll see what happens in a few days, whether that changes. It's certainly a significantly low number. To even see this $325,000 for 1 month is dismal. And then you heard Carly yesterday indicating that there was actually some money that's going to be pulled back even from that. So we're in a negative number as we move through the year so far. The number that you probably train your eyes to is this bottom number, this 3.77 million. It is a negative number. It is rare that that these spreadsheets show a negative number down there. And I want to point out that we are extremely conservative in our approach to recommending new loans and non-reimbursables. And I'll highlight this top row here. This is unreserved cash. And that the definition of that is everything in excess of what the board has approved. And as a project moves through the process of approval, contracting, spending, and on down the line, this is showing the most conservative level. And so when I'm saying that we're in a negative situation with cash, there's plenty of cash available, but when you consider it unreserved, this actually shows that we have promised more than is available at this moment in time, at this snapshot in time. But you can see on the left side, as the year continues to move through, our receipts from loans and repayment and our money coming in from severance tax, we're expected to actually be above zero at the end. So I'm just keeping you informed of where we are with this, but it's certainly something that we'll keep track of, and we'll continue to update you at each board meeting. So with that, I would take any questions.
Are there any questions for Kirk? Seeing none, Kirk, let's move on to agenda item 7B.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Agenda item 7B is, and I don't have a presentation on this, so I'll, I guess, stop sharing them, shouldn't I? Thank you. Okay, 7B is an idea that surfaced as a result of some conversations with Glenwood Springs of recent. Those of you that remember back in the 2013 floods, the CWCB responded to the question, what can CWCB do to help in these the situation that they were dealing with? We had a lot of diversion structures that were damaged in the flood. There was a need to mobilize quickly. Obviously, those that were impacted really were focused on grants, and sometimes, or in some cases, FEMA was there to respond to those grants. And so at the time, we came up with the idea of this 3 years, zero interest, zero payment opportunity to those potential borrowers. We actually had, we asked the board to convene mid-cycle. So the board met, I want to say 4 months in a row, and they, in the odd months, it was just to address the request for some loan funding. And so this was our way to help. And in the end, it lined up with what the board's abilities to do. We set aside, I think, $40 million. We didn't end up using all that, but I think we heard a resounding support for that idea. It not only helped us respond quickly to the needs, because many of those irrigators were panicked that they weren't going to have water moving when they needed to once the spring runoff occurred. And so it gave us an opportunity to help without going to the legislature to get grant funding approved. This board was able to provide these 0% loans for 3 years. One of the ideas that of that 0% and no payment for 3 years, a couple things. When FEMA was involved, this allowed FEMA to get involved in the project and refund our borrower, in this case, for work that was done. The borrower would then use that to pay down our loan. We would close it out and put them into a long-term repayment. It also allowed, and this is a little different, in that when we have an applicant come in for a normal loan, we require a feasibility study, and they're to analyze multiple solutions to the problems, different alternatives, and you hear our project managers present those. Sometimes those seem odd because they're just straightforward, that we have a problem, we just need to replace it. Sometimes we push them through as such, and then other times we say, you know what, it would be better for the state to look at a different solution to your problem. Maybe it's even better for them as a borrower. We want them to engage engineering and some analysis on what to do with that. In the case of emergencies, many times there's not the opportunity to look at other ways of doing it. And this situation will allow a different application from a borrower impacted by these emergencies. And again, these are going to be governor declared emergency situations. We don't want this used for just situations where they just had not replaced their structure for a long time, or they're needing to respond in an emergency. We're really looking to help when there's a declaration of emergency, such as the wildfire situation that we're seeing on the West Slope right now. And I guess even it could be on up in that Cameron Peak fire. But bottom line is, this allows them to come in with a little bit less of a engineered approach. We ultimately will need some engineering where it's necessary. But this, I think more than anything, this gives us an opportunity to answer the question, what can you do in this emergency? And it's really tough for us because we're wanting to help. It's tough for us to look at them and say, we can't. We look for ways to help any way we can. And this gives us a foundation to say the board is aware there are emergencies. Here is something we can do. This is something we can offer. And here's the application in this situation. We're there to help. We'll walk them through the process and get them in front of the board as soon as possible. And accelerate their contracting efforts as well, kind of put them ahead of some of the other projects that aren't as urgent. I chose the $10 million number, really more just a best guess. And I want to point out that 10 million, I'm not planning on reserving that separate from the rest. It's really all part of the same opportunity to loan money. I don't want it to be segregated or reserved. I would like us to be able to manage that within our available funds as it is. I would assume that an emergency response, whether it be a community such as Glenwood Springs or even some irrigation folks, that we would make that a priority if we were to run short on funds available. But I would like the ability to manage that $10 million. I just needed to pick a number. Glenwood Springs has talked to us. I think they were possibly needing upwards of $5+ million to respond to some urgent needs to shore up their supply. And so we're going to meet with them, I believe, Friday of this week and figure out how we can help them out. As I mentioned that, I want to ask that this board consider possibly having a meeting in October, maybe just to address some of these financial requests. We would need to go through the normal process, but working with Becky on possibly rallying a quick board meeting to respond to approval of a possible emergency request. And so I just plant that seed for your consideration. Other than that, I think I am available for questions. Madam Chair, I think I'm good at that point.
Thank you, Kirk. Are there questions? Director Yan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Kirk. And I remember the 2013 flood response we had, and it worked out really well. And I'm just glad that you come up with these ideas and that we're able to respond in this way quickly in the time of emergency. So thanks for coming up with the idea, and I think it's a great program that you're setting up here.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the board?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Director Dutton.
Thank you. Director Yan beat me to it, but I remember the response to, and I wasn't on the board at the time, but I remember in 2013 being just incredibly impressed with the staff and the board's action to think quickly and to think about the water community. And I remember just also being so appreciative that there was the ability to do so and to look out for our neighbors when they're in need and when they're undergoing such a stressful time and a time when they need support, and dealing with trying to put together a response to a catastrophe is already so stressful. And so Kirk and everyone else who was involved in this, thank you so much for your foresight and for putting together this program to try to take care of those in the water community that need our help right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board? Director Mitchell.
Oh yeah, thanks. Sorry. I just want to remind everybody that it was much easier to do in 2013. So as we're thinking about this, is that we were in a much different place financially. And so we really are, not to belittle what happened in 2013, but we're having to be even more creative this year. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Director Schwartz.
And thank you. Forgive me. I had an unfortunate emergency come through, but we did have that opportunity in 2013 when that funding was put together by the CWCB to be able to have the FEMA funds coming to basically make the state whole again in large part. But the question here is, what do we see as emergency federal funds coming into these communities to support them in the long term if we are to provide this kind of assistance? Becky, you probably know, having just been there with a senator, what kind of federal support, because we have all of that revegetation and stabilization in that canyon.
Yeah, and there was some movement when Senator Bennett was out there, and there is some funds coming in to assist. We don't know the full scope of all the funds that may be available, so we're going to continue to work with that and figure out how do we leverage, how do we work on the match options. Recognizing that areas like the city of Glenwood were heavily touched not only by the fires, but then throw COVID on top of that, and which had a huge impact on their tourist economy and that sort of thing, and then being closed off during the fires, knowing that has had a significant impact. So the scope of those full funds available is accurate. Numbers are we're still working with that, but we're going to try to leverage everything that we have out there and available, and we're going to work with the city of Glenwood and other areas. The city of Glenwood isn't the last one. We know that you heard Director Gibbs mention fire season is not over. We could be even further affected, and so we have to be prepared for that also.
Thanks. Kirk, I had a couple of questions for you about the recommendation. First, it's a little unclear to me whether this was only intended to be available for 2020 emergency declarations. What's the duration of the time, and which types of projects coming out of which types of emergencies is this going to being proposed to fund?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. My idea was that I needed to come up with a number of 10 million, and because we dealt with this in 2013, and as indicated, I don't think just because this fire season, once we get through it, that doesn't mean that floods and fires aren't going to happen again. And the idea is maybe this 10 million just lays a marker for those that might need. And again, we're needing something to respond to the question, what do you have? What can you do? And when we just say we have a loan program and here's the process, I'd never liked in that situation that response. And so my thought was that this 10 million would be kind of an annual every year, and whether this board, as an example, let's say there's a request for 12 million. I think it's really still an opportunity for this board to respond to that if funds are available. You have that opportunity at any level. You control the interest rates and the repayment structure of loans, and so my thought was that if we always have 10 million considered available, it would be beneficial not only to the market, but maybe even in protection of the funds that we have when budget issues are haunting us, and we can say, you know what, we serve a purpose not only for the routine business we have, but in an emergency case, we need this money available. And so that was the choice of 10. My desire is that we set this 10 million up on an annual basis, and we'll let you know if we exceed that, or maybe we even report each year at the Finance Committee meeting to indicate that here's how much we used and how it worked or didn't work. As I indicated in my recommendation, I think the board always has the option to change this or do something different in a future board meeting, but this will just lay the groundwork for that.
Yeah, and I think that really helps me. The one concern that I had about this is that I definitely got some pointed questions locally about what CWCB had available in the aftermath of the 416 fire. So I want to make sure that we aren't perceived. I know that we did a lot of watershed restoration, helped and worked very closely with the county managing the federal funds that come in. But I think if we're going to establish something like this, I don't want it to be responsive to only some emergencies in some places in the state. So my preference would be to think about having this be sort of a more durable program that is in place to handle emergencies around the state with, some parameters set so that it's used for the proper emergencies situation.
And that certainly was the intent. I think we would have used it anywhere had there been a situation and the need was there. It doesn't necessarily fit all emergency situations. There are some that it just doesn't apply. And as I indicated, they would prefer to have some solutions with grant money. So loans are going to be secondary. What we have found is our loan program is flexible enough to respond quickly and then manage some maybe federal assistance later. And so I'm trying to take advantage of that flexibility it has.
Mm-hmm. Great. Director Felt?
Yeah, Kirk, just to clarify, it sounds like what you want to do is sort of annually maintain, each year, do what we need to do to maintain a $10 million fund balance. Is that right? As opposed to a $10 million annual allocation for this?
This is true. I don't want to segregate this money from any other money. I just want to be aware that at any moment in time, we have 10 million available to respond if necessary.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Director Schwartz?
Thank you. I wonder if this couldn't be part of the projects bill that we just identify this. I mean, the legislature can make up their mind, but I think having this be part of a statewide emergency response effort and the legislature prioritizing that and helping us put aside that $10 million or some sort of a fund balance would be good as well, because we see how thin our operating dollars are. But just a suggestion that this could be a component of the project bill going forward, built into the state's emergency response.
If I may, we considered that. Selfishly, I wanted the flexibility at the board level. It seems like certainly if we were to get it into the projects bill and have it set aside, I felt like then all of a sudden we lose that flexibility that I would like to maintain. So if I could do it at the board level, obviously there's risk in any cash that we have available that it could be swept for other purposes. And I think this would be maybe just as vulnerable as I think you're pointing out. Again, I like having the ability to let this board decide the fate of the funds for on the loan side, but certainly something we should kick around.
Are there any other questions for Kirk? Kirk, is there a staff recommendation on an action item here?
Yes, the staff recommendation, assuming there is no need to modify it, Madam Chair, based on your comment, it is as written in the memo. I like to avoid reading those because it becomes time consuming, but the recommendation is as written.
Thank you, Kirk. Director Yan.
I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 7B.
I would second.
Director Yan has moved staff recommendation on item 7B, seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any discussion on this item? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I might just to some extent amend the recommendation that the board shall amend the criteria or develop criteria from time to time, just giving us that flexibility, arriving at Chair Hawkins' objective that we are looking at statewide needs, statewide issues. But I'd like to see flexibility in that criteria being built in.
Is there any further discussion? Kirk.
I didn't know if Director Schwartz, does it address your concern? The last sentence I put in that recommendation indicates that this will be in effect until a modifying action of the board is made. Does that address your concern? I'm not sure
Yeah, I would say that a modifying action I just want to make sure that we maintain that flexibility moving forward. So long as there's, I'll just withdraw my recommendation and just clarify that the intent is that the board can revisit this criteria.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed to the motion, please let me know in the chat or by signifying so now. And seeing none, the motion is approved. Thank you, Kirk. Let's move on to agenda item 8.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get a thumbs up if everyone can hear me all right? Great. Okay. All right. For the record, I'm Cole Bedford, CWCB staff in the finance section. This is item 8A. It's the water project loan program request for the roller gate replacement project. And this is coming in from the Redlands Water and Power Company out in Mesa County. There we go. The project name is the Roller Gate Replacement Project. The borrower is the Redlands Water and Power Company. They're located out in the Grand Valley in District 4. And the company produces power and provides irrigation water for an area just south of Grand Junction. Their requested loan amount is $404,000, the terms for which will be 20 years at 1.50%. And my primary contacts have been Kyle Vanderberg. He's the company's manager and superintendent. And I've also worked really closely with Christina Carter, who was a huge help in putting together the loan review. So I just wanted to share a couple pictures of what we're talking about. On the left there is a picture of one of the existing gates. There's quite a bit of corrosion. They're 80 years old. They've just reached the end of their functional lifespan. And then on the right here is an example of what one of the new gates might look like. So here are the project financials. The entire project cost is estimated at $510,000. The company is going to bring about $110,000 of their own cash funds to the project. So the loan amount will be $404,000. The terms again will be 1.50% at a reduced blended interest rate for 20 years. And the financial ratios indicate that they're an average to strong borrower. If Redlands sounds familiar, you saw a loan request from them in May for their pump line replacement project. That's under contract. We've done the first dispersal on that one, and it's underway. And I just want to clarify that that project and this are being bid separately. They're being worked on separately. They're separate on their books and ours. And then on this project, again, the collateral will be assessment revenues and the project itself per policy number 5. And this is an action item. And so here's staff recommendation. I'm glad to take any questions you have, and I see that Kyle Vanderberg is in the participants list. I think he's going to add a few words as well.
Thank you, Cole. Are there any questions for Cole? Seeing none, Kyle, would you like to make any comments to the board?
Yes, Madam Chair and Board, can you hear me?
We can, and can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Kyle Vanderberg, Superintendent Manager for Redlands Water and Power. And on behalf of the company, Redlands Water and Power, just like to thank you, Madam Chair and Board, and particularly Cole Bedford and Matthew Stearns for their help in getting to this far, and also for our previous loan that we have, our pump line project that is underway that Cole had mentioned. This gate project is a very important process for us to get and maybe take advantage of low water even while we can at this point for a long-term mitigation at our structure there on the Gunnison River. So again, appreciate your consideration for this loan.
Thank you, Kyle. Seeing no further questions, Cole, can you provide the staff recommendation, please?
Yeah, the staff recommendation is as written on the front page of the board memo and on your slide here.
Thank you. Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I'd like to move agenda item 8A per the staff recommendation.
Second.
Director Schwartz has moved to approve staff recommendation on item 8A. It's been seconded by Director Brody. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed to the motion, please let me know in the chat or by waving at me now. And seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Cole. We will move on to item 8B.
All right. Item 8B is another loan request. This is the water project loan program request for the Purdy Mesa flow line replacement project. Again, for the record, I'm Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This loan request is coming from the city of Grand Junction, and they're also located out in Mesa County. So the project name is the Purdy Mesa flow line replacement project. The loan amount being requested here is $7,070,000. The loan terms for which are 20 years at 1.50%. And my contact has been Randy Kim. She's the utilities director out there. And I see my map has District 1 start there. This is out in District 4, just on the edge by Grand Junction here. So this is just a simple vicinity map of the area we're talking about. The flow line is shown in blue here. It carries water from their primary reservoir on the right side of the map, 17.5 miles to the Grand Junction water treatment plant. And the portion of the flow line that's going to be replaced as part of this project is about 6.5 miles, shown circled there on the sort of in the middle. Here are the project financials for this project. The entire cost is estimated at $7 million. The loan will cover the entire cost. So with the 1% service fee, the total loan amount is $7,070,000. The terms will be 1.50% at a reduced low-income municipal interest rate for 20 years. The financial ratios indicate that they are a strong borrower. They have one outstanding loan with us from 2017, and that loan is currently in repayment. It's in good standing. On this loan, the collateral will be a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant and annual financial reporting per policy number 5. Here's staff recommendation for this loan. I can take any questions you have on this one. And we also have the borrower, Randy Kim, is on the line as well to add a few things.
Thank you, Cole. Are there any questions for Cole on this item? I have 2 people signed up for public comment. Let's start with Randy Kim. Do you want to make any comments to the board?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate your consideration for this loan. This is a really critical project for the city of Grand Junction. As you can see, our Purdy Mesa flow line is critical infrastructure to transport water to the city, and it is an 80-year-old pipeline. So replacing this last segment of the line will shore up that infrastructure for the next 100 years. Without this loan, here today, we would not be able to proceed with the project next year. And we really appreciate consideration for the low income interest rate, as our community is in that category, and it really helps us maintain our water rates at a very affordable level. So I appreciate that. And for us, it is also important for water conservation to prevent any leaks or lost water due to water line breaks that can occur with this type of aging infrastructure. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Randy? Seeing none, I believe we have Mark Ritterbush who would like to make public comment. Mark, do you want to address the board? I don't see Mark here, so I think we will move along. Cole, you've provided the staff recommendation, and this is an action item. Director Schwartz, and you are on mute.
Sorry, I would also like to move action item 8B and per the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Director Schwartz has moved to approve agenda item 8B. It's been seconded by Director Anderson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed to the motion, please let me know by waving or putting something in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. Let's move on to agenda item 8C.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff. I will be presenting agenda item 8C. Do you think we could bump to the previous slide? There we go. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 8C is the Genesee Reservoir #1 enlargement for the Genesee Water and Sanitation District in Jefferson County. The loan amount requested is $4,242,000. Loan terms 40 years at 2.50%. I've been working with Mr. Scott Jones, the district manager at Genesee Water and Sanitation District, as well as their engineer, Mr. Steve Jamison at WW Wheeler. Shown in the figure is the approximate location of the project identified with that red star. So we're talking Division 1, South Platte Basin, but more specifically, it's located along the I-70 corridor about 20 miles west of Denver, north of Highway 74, and it's part of the Bear Creek watershed. So the Genesee Reservoir #1 is shown here in the top right photo. It stores 16 acre-feet of water for municipal augmentation and exchange and other decreed uses. This project would provide an additional 30 acre-feet of raw water storage capacity, additional drought protection, and increase operational reliability for the approximate 3,900 person community of Genesee. The southern boundary on this photo is the southern boundary of the reservoir on this photo is the dam location. You can kind of see the spillway coming off the right there. It's an earthen spillway and ends up in Bear Creek eventually. The original dam construction was in 1975. The construction enlargement for this project includes the reinforced parapet wall that would increase the dam wall height 8 to 24 feet depending on what side of the dam we're talking about. A new liner, redesign of outlet works, as well as the side channel spillway to accommodate the new dam. The lower photos there are a closer look of the spillway, kind of looking up the wall there on that east side and then down the spillway. The photo on the far left is a conceptual level design prepared by Wheeler and Associates. I'd also like to point out that the district also plans to apply for a water plan grant in December of this year. If approved in the March 2021 meeting, the grant will go toward project costs and reduce the total loan amount needed. Collateral for this project is a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant and annual financial reporting per policy number 5. And at this time, I'd like to ask that Mr. Scott Jones and Steve Jamison unmute, and we may address any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Rachel. Are there any questions for the board for Rachel? All right. Scott and Steve, please state your names for the record, and would you like to make any comments to the board?
Yeah, my name is Scott Jones. I'm the manager of Genesee Water. I've been up there for 41 years and just basically watched the evolution of the district. Since the origin of the district, it was always contemplated to provide raw water storage, and we were one of the lucky ones back in 2002 that when Bear Creek dried up, we had to go to severe water restrictions, and resulting from that, we did build a 101 acre-foot dam and reservoir down below. This proposed dam enlargement is actually up in the district, so the water would be more available for fire protection, in addition to what Rachel had said. It's going to provide a large amount of operational reliability for our entire water system. And other than that, I just want to say I appreciate the Conservation Board members here considering this project, and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Director Brody?
I'd like to defer to Director Schwartz. I think she had her hand up first, and I can follow.
Thank you. I just had a question for the applicants, and thank you for taking time to be here regarding this project. Noting that the cash reserves and expenses is in a weak position per the analysis of the application. And my question being, should you not receive a grant in March through our next funding process, given the challenges of this budget year, is that going to create a hardship for your district?
I don't believe it would create a hardship. One thing we did earlier this year is we did begin soliciting community support and letting the community know that this project basically is it's expensive water. Essentially, we're up in the hills and we have to pump it to the reservoir. But we're hopeful that yes, we will get the grant. And I don't have a direct answer for you, but we have educated the community on the project.
Director Brody.
I think Director Schwartz and I were thinking along the same lines, so my question's been addressed. Thanks.
Are there any other questions from the board? Director Yan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for bringing this loan to us. And I applaud you for your forward thinking. And I always applaud people who like to store water. So anyway, I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 8C.
Director Yan has moved staff recommendation on agenda item 8C. It's been seconded by Director Brody. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you are opposed to the motion, please let me know in the chat or by signaling so now. And seeing none, the motion is approved. We will now move on to agenda item 9A, loan delinquency action.
Good afternoon, board. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief again. This one's new territory for the Finance Section. We've had a lot of success with our borrowers over the years. I want to say we're up around 600 some loans. I typically indicate that we've had one go bad, and it was back in the 80s. I'm hoping that this one doesn't fall into that category ultimately. So we are trying hard to figure out a way to get repaid on this loan, but I think we're at a point where we need to act, and our financial policy number 3 actually guides us in that direction. So with that said, agenda item 9A, as indicated in your memo, and I wanted to stop here and thank Lauren Miramont. She's been on the front end of this for quite some time. You've heard us talk, and we've reported in the director's report multiple years of late payments, and it's not that payments aren't late from some of our borrowers. It happens. This one certainly has been more chronic than others. And so it's been on our radar, and we've reported to the board those situations. And we've come to a time where, as policy number 3 indicates, the staff will bring to the board loans that are in default after 180 days, and we've reached that point. The loan payment was due on March 1st. We have had a little bit of communication shortly after March, and of recent, as indicated in the memo, the communication somewhat faded and completely stopped. And of recent, I sent this board memo to Greg Harrington, the representative, the CEO of the corporation now. And I did get a read receipt back on the email, but I didn't get a response for a desire to address the board. And I guess I should stop and make sure that there isn't somebody from the public that wants to speak later. It's possible that Mr. Harrington does want to address the board. He hasn't contacted us about such. This is an interesting staff recommendation in that I'm asking the board to approve an approach, and that being the schedule moving forward from here, with to me the ultimate destination being a March 1st, 2021 foreclosure on the loan. And again, this is not something we typically do. We have engaged the Attorney General's office and some of their folks that deal with foreclosures and bankruptcies, and we will be learning as we go, and we will return to the board at the next board meeting if we haven't received payment. And I think even if we have received payment, we need to figure out what our next steps are. But what I'd like to do is to walk through the staff recommendation and our logic to this approach as policy number 3 guides us. So my desire is to, on October 1st, notify the borrower that we will be moving forward with this. If the board approves this recommendation, we'll be moving forward with this schedule. We'll return in November with any updates. We're going to be meeting with the Attorney General's office to clarify some of our options and recommend an action to the board. And if approved in November by this board, we will call the entire note due, because currently the only thing that's due is the annual payment plus the fee that we assess for late payment. So in order for us to foreclose on the entire amount, we will have to declare it due in full. And in the memo, you can see the total dollar amount is about $637,000 when we include all the late fees and then the interest that will have developed on the loan by that time. And then after December, we will again address the board in January to if we have not received any action. And on March 1st, we will begin the process of foreclosing on the collateral that we have available for this loan. And when this loan originally came in, we had concerns. Many times you see our request for collateral being, I don't want to say suspect, but it's been successful when we require the borrowers to provide us the project itself, even if it is pipe in the ground. We've been very successful with our approach to these loans. In this case, there was some unique components of it when we approved the loan, or when the board approved the loan. And so we did ask for what we feel was a very strong collateral support, which included actually some farmland that was owned, plus the Orlando Reservoir and the land under the Orlando Reservoir and the water rights inside of Orlando Reservoir. So our assumption is that we have the ability to foreclose on the full loan amount, and that we will be protected by that, the value associated with that. There's some steps that we've got to go through that process. And again, we'll be working with the Attorney General's office to do that if necessary. I do hold out hope that that we will get the funding we need, but I needed to move forward with this action at this time. So with that said, I would be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Kirk? Director Trick.
Thank you. Kirk, I just wanted to make a quick comment. So I guess, we've had a lot of opportunities for this borrower to address the board, and it looks like we're giving them a whole nother meeting cycle to come in front of us and address us. It doesn't appear to me that they have any interest in doing so. So I would, I guess, let you know that, in my opinion, I think we could even be more aggressive on the scheduling here with what notifications we give to them, and what meeting cycles we actually make these decisions on. So, I don't know how other board members feel about this, but I would feel that we could even move up some of the actions to the November meeting if necessary. And since we've received no indication that they want to address us at all, we could make some of these decisions at a quicker pace.
Are there other board members that want to make comments or address that question? Director Anderson.
At one of my first board members meetings, this came up, and it's really concerning to me. I would remind the board that this is also the same organization that had a reservoir failing, and the state pumped a bunch of money in there to solve those problems on, I think it's Cachera Reservoir. Time's up as far as I'm concerned. I can certainly support what Director Trick had to say about this, but we need to move forward. Kurt, one question I have for you. Do you have some confidence that the assets will cover this loan?
I do. We have had some interactions with the organization a couple of years ago. We were surprised to find out that they had sold some land that we had as collateral, and we had to clean that up. And actually, I think it was a name change. I do say with confidence that if we have as collateral what we think we have, and it hasn't somehow slipped through some process change, I do believe we have protection at the value of $637,000. I guess I should point out too that our next step in this process will include a title search to confirm that, and we will do an appraisal. That is planned before the November board meeting. Hopefully we can have that for you if you approve this schedule the way I have it written.
Director Dutton.
I was wondering about the valuation, so Kirk just answered that. Thank you.
Director Brody.
So I'm comfortable either way. If staff feels a desire to move more aggressively as suggested by Director Trick, I'm comfortable with that. I'm also comfortable if you want to allow some additional room in the schedule, both for the steps that staff and the AG's office need to take, or to allow this borrower one more opportunity. I do feel strongly that we do need to pursue this. We are stewards of these public resources. You know, we're very fortunate that we, in general, have fantastic borrowers who are responsible with the money that they're being loaned. But in these rare cases where we do have this pattern of late payments and delinquency, I do think we need to pursue it aggressively to recover those resources for the public. So thank you, Kirk and the AG's office team for your efforts.
I just have one more quick comment. I won't reiterate what I said previously, but I think that I'm okay with approving this particular staff recommendation as long as when we go into the November meeting, we have the opportunity to revise that schedule. For example, you know, the March 1, 2020 deadline, I feel like at this point that's, you know, way generous. And if we have the ability in November to revise the date upon which we decide to initiate the foreclosure, that, you know, I'm okay with that as long as we can revise that if we think we need to go more aggressively. And as long as we know that we're going through the proper, you know, legal process and the timelines set out in those procedures. So.
I apologize for the delay. I lost internet temporarily. Is there any further discussion?
I think the Director Felt had a question.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Kirk, the way I get the board packets, I don't know where to find that memo again in the 650 pages or so. But I did read it. But I was just, as I listened to this conversation, I just wanted to clarify that that they owe basically a payment, interest, late fees. But we're going to move now to, because of delinquency, basically we're going to move now to call the whole loan due. And then they have until March, as you laid out, to pay the whole loan or to just make up the late payment prior to foreclosure.
Obviously, we're going to have to deal if they do provide us a payment between now and the next meeting, and we'll bring forward to the board maybe a recommendation at that point. Certainly, that's the temporarily an easy solution. We may be dealing with this every year. We have been dealing it, seems like every year for the last 5 years, late payments. But the idea is that in order to avoid this constant need to reach out and try to get money each year, that we would call the full amount due in order to foreclose on the loan. We've got to call it all due, which that would then make them in default of all of it on the way I've got it scheduled on March 1st. And at that point, we would foreclose on the property to collect on the value of the remainder of the principal that's been called due. So you're correct. The only thing they're in default of right now is their annual payment and the late fee. So it's just an attempt to correct this chronic issue that we're dealing with. I certainly respect Director Trick's comments about we've been working with this for a long time. I do have hopes that we could correct it. I know that as always in the business world, There's maybe solutions that we're not even aware of, whether there's other buyers that are interested in purchasing this in a distressed form. We've heard from some that are talking about maybe wanting to purchase this asset. So there's a lot of things that can happen between now and when we convene again. But yes, the approach is to call it all due if we follow the schedule on December 1st, and then give them 3 months to, well, it'd be 2 months to comply by March 1st, when we would then foreclose on that full amount.
Thanks.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, my only input is that in case the borrower is listening or listens to this today, we realize that economic times are tough right now. If you would like to address the board, we are certainly open to that, but we need to start dealing with the delinquency on this loan. So I think we're available, and Kirk is available to talk to you, but we do need to start moving forward on this. Kirk, this is not an action item for today. You just needed direction from the board, or is there staff recommendation?
You know what, I did identify it as a staff recommendation. I guess I would like to ask the board to accept this schedule as it is. I think it's going to give us that position if and when we are able to work with the borrower. So I guess I would like a board action on this.
All right, Director Yan.
I'll let Director Felt move. It looked like he was going to.
Okay, Director Felt.
Sure, I was just going to move that we pursue the recommended action.
All right, Director Felt has moved to approve staff recommendation on item 9A, seconded by Director Yan. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those opposed signify by putting something in the chat or letting me know. And seeing none, the motion is approved. We are again just 1 minute over schedule. We are scheduled to be at lunch until 12:30. Hello, all. It's 12:30. I just want to double check that on the recording side that we're ready to go. And it looks like we are recording again. Before we move on to agenda item 10, I have a housekeeping request for the board. I am failing to catch all the physically raised hands in the proper order. So I would ask you do one of two things so we can have our discussions in an orderly manner. If you click open the participants box, there's a hand raising function there. It may not work for us because we may be hosts. The other thing you can do is open the chat and put an R in it, and then I'll know that you want to speak. So definitely seeing that I'm not catching the correct order with the physical hands this morning. So thanks for that. And with that, let's move on to agenda item 10.
Thank you very much. It's great to see you all. This is Amy Ostick with the Federal Interstate and Water Information Section. Can you all hear me okay? Great, okay. So I'm here today to talk about demand management, of course. And I don't know about you all, but to me, it feels like we were just here yesterday with the workshop. And, you know, I thought that we had some really great discussions at the workshop, and really it was a continuation, I would say, of a year of really good work and really good discussion about demand management. So I just wanted to start today with being very clear about what I'm hoping that we can accomplish. I'd love to build on the discussions that we had at the workshop and present some ideas to you all that we have about the next stages for the feasibility investigation. This is going to be largely based on what we heard from you at the workshop, but also what we've heard throughout the first stage of this feasibility investigation in comment letters we received on the work plan, the update and the work done to date. And really, the core of it building on the extensive work that the work groups have done so far and all others who are engaged in the first stage of the feasibility investigation. And I do just want to make clear off the bat that this is not an action item. What we really wanted to do is run our ideas by you, get some input, and ultimately create a work plan that would be up for adoption at the November board meeting. So we have already begun talking about and kind of building what we are thinking for it. But like I said, we'd really love to get some of your thoughts on what you'd like to see in it. So I'll just note as well, I don't have a whole lot of slides today. I don't have a lot of time for dedicated just for me to be talking. I just want to run through those key elements with you that we are considering for this work plan to put in front of you. But what I'd really love is for you all to jump in whenever you'd like and let us know your thoughts about what we're thinking. So just a really brief recap of where we've been and how it's really preparing us for where we might want to go next. The work that we've been doing so far has been done under the 2019 work plan that you all adopted that really ended at the end of last fiscal year. And that culminated in the July 2020 update that we discussed at the July board meeting and then again at the workshop just a couple weeks ago. And what we really, I think, heard at that workshop was first, a pretty in-depth review of that update, but also some really good broad discussion about demand management, what it could look like, what it might be, all of that. So to transition to where we would like to go today, again, we really want to focus today on what are the next steps of this. So what are the tasks, the specific tasks that you all would like to see laid out in the next work plan or whatever we might choose to call it this time. So before we get into the actual, work plan or ideas about the next work plan, I wanted to just go over some of the things that I heard at the workshop, and then we can talk about how we are working to incorporate those into a draft work plan for the next stage. So I heard, first of all, a lot of, like I said, really big open-ended questions about what a demand management program could look like at a very large scale. I also heard some very specific questions. What would be the impacts of following this type of situation or this type of conservation activity? We heard that potential demonstration projects may be really helpful. And I think first we talked about that at a large scale, but noting the concern of creating that scale of a program, a large program, where we are creating significant amounts of water that we don't have a mechanism to protect without actually jumping through all the hoops that are required in the demand management storage agreement. But to kind of take it a step back and just look at it big picture, I think that we made a lot of progress in framing of the discussion and really focused on thinking about this in terms of three different questions that are very related but also distinct. Is demand management doable? What would a demand management program look like in Colorado, or what could it look like? And finally, is it advisable to make a feasibility determination? In a lot of ways, these are kind of sequenced questions. So as we discussed at the workshop, that advisability question is difficult to make without knowing the conditions on the ground and, from a big river perspective at the time that you might be making it. So I put that sequentially last. But the other two questions, though, is it doable and what would it look like? They're hard to disentangle to some extent. I think that, given the way that the demand management storage agreement is laid out, we wouldn't actually be building a program until and if all the states, the upper division states agree that it is feasible. So that's really when the question of what it actually looks like would be answered. So in some ways it comes after that advisability, feasibility determination. But I think as we've all seen, in considering whether it's doable, we have to give some thought to what the program would look like. So I think that those two are interchangeable to some extent. I think that this all kind of just feeds into each other in a lot of ways. So building on that discussion, we started giving some thought to what a 2021 work plan might look like. The goal is really to focus in on those remaining questions and these different ways of thinking about demand management and see if we can start to make some progress on answering these questions. So the elements that we are working with or considering that we've kind of laid out as an initial matter are first this draft framework. And I want to be clear, I think that we referred to this in a few different ways at the workshop. We talked about a framework, we talked about a straw man, we talked about a paper pilot. And this is really where all of the big picture questions about demand management would fit. So in other words, we would be looking at all of the various factors that could impact what a program would look like. And then we have this demonstration projects element. And I'm going to get into a lot more detail about each of these as we go, but I just kind of want to highlight right now how they all fit together and the general thoughts that we've been having. The demonstration projects would be an opportunity to look at very specific questions that are outstanding. So the goal would not be to create a programmatic scale pilot, but rather to focus in on those key questions that can be answered by on-the-ground projects. And again, we'll get into more detail about that. And then, the third element here is we don't want to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of great efforts going on already. A lot of them housed within CWCB, the ATM program and the ongoing project there. So this question is, how do we kind of piggyback on those efforts to the extent we can, first identifying them, not only our efforts, but others that are ongoing across the state. And how do we learn from them? Are they producing information just as they are that we might be able to kind of take in and insert into our investigation? At the same time, are there additional, is there additional analysis that we might be able to take from those projects that we can work with others to kind of incorporate? And then this is kind of catch-all to specific tasks. These are just very clear tasks that we've already identified will likely need to be completed. And again, I'll go into more detail on that. IBCC engagement is going to be another element, of course, on the equity question. And the hope here generally is that we can give them a little bit more to respond to in this stage of the investigation. as opposed to kind of the broad question of what is equity and how do we achieve it, we can perhaps provide some focus on, given different types of program design, would that be equitable? Would that be proportional? Would that achieve what we have in mind as far as that proportionality element is concerned? And of course, continued engagement with the tribes will be another, I think, important element going forward. So I'm actually going to go ahead and get into the meat of these elements now. And again, if anyone has any questions, input, certainly stop me at any point if you'd like, or we can obviously have a discussion at the end of it. But to start, I thought it would be beneficial to just go over and reiterate some guiding principles of the feasibility investigation. The board back in November 2018 adopted this support and policy statement that I think does a really great job of kind of setting the ground rules of how the feasibility investigation would go forward. That's where the equity, the proportionality language comes from, consistency with key elements of the water plan, and it outlines the key provisions of the storage agreement. It also reiterates that this would be a temporary voluntary compensated program. That voluntary, I think, is an important thing to continue to reiterate throughout this. So I would propose in this work plan that we just start with a recitation or repeat to some extent of the policies that you all have already adopted that I think continue to be important in guiding this investigation. And then just a brief section of these overarching goals. So, the next few sections will get into the specific tasks, but first, let's just clearly state what we're trying to do here. We are trying to determine whether demand management would be doable at this point. And we're also being guided by the question of program design and how those two kind of interact. And of course, ultimately, the question will come up of advisability, whether it's advisable to make a feasibility determination. And then we get into kind of what I see as the big two first elements of what could be the work plan. First is developing that program framework. And again, when looking at these two tasks, I think that this was really driven, this proposal was driven by identification of at least two types of questions that would need to be answered with respect to demand management. Some that can be analyzed on paper that look at, again, that like programmatic level framework of a program. And then there are some that just need to be shown on the ground, that need to be analyzed with specific projects. So these two tasks are kind of aimed at getting at those big picture goals. So the first one, developing this program framework. And really this, like I said, kind of builds on the paper pilot concept, the straw man concept. And I think that the idea here would be to really start big, to start with a kind of the world of various possibilities without making too many assumptions, but to kind of narrow that down as we go. So in other words, look at a broad range of program design elements. But as we go, we kind of start identifying, that probably wouldn't work. We just simply can't, we don't have that much money, or things that we might be able to rule out relatively quickly. We have a lot of great work that's already been done on some of these elements by the consultant team. And I think you may recall seeing the flow charts that they've developed. So the idea would be to really kind of start with that and build that out into a much larger concept. So the other thing is I think that it'll be important to consider or to incorporate feedback at various points in this. The project management team will be taking the lead, but we can't just, in our little bubble kind of create what we think the world of demand management is. So we would be kind of creating some things for the board to respond to, for IBCC to respond to. And we could even reach out to the work group members once we have something for them to kind of look at and respond to if they're still willing to offer their free services and considering these things. So this, I just, if I haven't already, I want to make clear would be a very iterative process, would be starting big and maybe narrowing a little bit as we go. And there would be a broad range of factors considered. And this is kind of a start of the list that we would obviously build out, but some things to consider: amount of water, the time frame, the approvals required, and what are the implications for process, what are some monitoring and verification procedures that we might put in place? Are there checks that we can have at various points to look at environmental benefits or potential impacts and how we might mitigate them? Things like that. And at every point, we're asking ourselves, okay, what would that mean for process? What would that mean for funding? How much additional funding would we need to incorporate those checks? And also the important question of proportionality and equity. So as we're building out various elements of this, we're asking IBCC and we're considering, does this appear to us to meet the goals that we set out of a proportional program, of an equitable program? And you know, what I would really hope here is that we can create kind of an open exchange of information without, you know, settling on a program design, without going too far towards saying this is exactly what it must look like, at least the beginning, and kind of starting big and narrowing down. Then the next kind of big element here are these demonstration projects. And this, the concept is that these would be done on a case-by-case basis using existing programs and existing funding sources. So the goal is to really kind of find that balance between needing to examine certain issues on the ground, but trying not to, again, create too much water that we have no mechanism to protect at this point. So this is one element, I mean, really all of them, but especially here, the work of the work groups really has come in very, very helpful. I have been and will continue to, I've been combing through the documents of the work groups, the report, and identifying what are the open questions that they identified, what are the things that they would prioritize as needing more analysis. So we have an initial start at that list, and I think that another important component here will be working with you know, the facilitators of those groups, making sure that we're really developing a list that reflects what we've heard. And we've already started having some discussion that the Ag Impacts group, I think, had a lot of thoughts about the demonstration project element. So Alex Funk has already been tremendously helpful in helping highlight some of the issues that they identified that could benefit here. So here's, again, just kind of an initial list of some things that we might want to look at through demonstration projects. I think that the idea would be, again, to continue kind of building this out, to use the existing funding sources and programs, but to put this out there, I don't, you know, whether it's an RFP or otherwise, to put this concept out there and have people respond to us and come to us and let us know if they have projects that might fulfill some of these goals. We want it to be relatively broad while also looking for projects that will go to answering some of these big questions. And one thing that, you know, I think that we need to be very aware of here is we need to be mindful of the fact that we are in a difficult situation financially. We are in kind of unprecedented times. So for that reason, and for a lot of other reasons, I think that this will be kind of an all hands on deck effort with a lot of other staff members advising on what they think would be good projects and how doing a particular project might impact the funding available for other projects in that, that same bucket, things like that. And just one other thing to add there, I think that what we had envisioned would be staff would be working together to kind of identify the projects that might fit the bill that the board might like to go forward with, and then we'd ultimately be bringing them to you for approval. That's kind of how we would envision it going, but of course there are some specifics that we'll need to work out as far as process goes there. And then here are a few additional tasks that we would envision in the work plan. Again, just identifying ongoing efforts that can inform what we're doing. So, you know, this is kind of self-explanatory, but to the extent we can, just finding what other projects are going on and how they might inform what we're doing. If there's additional research that we might be able to add on to existing efforts, we can look at ways to do that. So that's kind of the idea there. And then specific tasks, and I started this list as kind of a catch-all for things that we know we want to look at now. I envision this part of it being really iterative with the framework. So as we're working through that framework and the big picture, concepts, we're going to be probably identifying, oh, well, we need to know that. We need to have a better understanding of these particular issues. Some of those might work for demonstration projects. Some of them might be specific tasks that we can either have our consultant team look at or figure it out depending on what the issue is. So one thing that I think we've heard loud and clear that we know would be helpful is analyzing a full range of costs associated with a demand management program. And based on that, identifying some of the feasible, what feasible funding sources we might have available if we're looking at those kinds of costs. And then developing communications tools. I think that the education outreach consultant team has done a really great job so far of identifying what has worked in other situations, and maybe having them provide some advice on how we can take what they've learned and apply those not only in the feasibility investigation stage, but if a program were to be set up, I think that would be really helpful. But also looking, just at CWCB, what existing tools do we have for communications? How can we use the existing channels that we already have to kind of help with that? And I think the consultant team, again, can provide some insight there as we're working through it. And then the next element here really goes to, and this doesn't necessarily fit under specific tasks, but in the board engagement element. So making sure that you all are hearing directly from these key groups or stakeholders across the state who are also doing work on demand management. And what we're envisioning is that we could invite different groups or people to come present directly to you all at board meetings. And we can talk a little bit more about who you'd like to see there. And it might be we're figuring it out as we go and inviting people as we go. But just having that direct feedback loop. Of course, continued discussions with the tribes, as we previously indicated, I think will be an important element going forward. And also just continued coordination with DWR and the Attorney General's office. There are a lot of different interesting issues that come up that have legal implications, that have implications for the Division of Water Resources. So as those are identified through the framework, we would be consulting and trying to make sure that we have a full understanding of those issues. And then this element of requesting feedback from IBCC, we've gotten a lot of great input from them on their kind of big picture thoughts about how equity should be defined or what it is and how we might make it work. But the goal in this stage would be to give them something to respond to. So as we're building out that framework, as we're looking at demonstration projects, we would be asking them, okay, does this raise any equity flags from your perspective? Would this be problematic from an equity standpoint? What are the issues that we're missing here? So that's kind of the goal in that element. So those are the major, there we go. Those are the major elements that we've been discussing that I would really love to hear your feedback on. But first, I just wanted to briefly go over kind of the various moving pieces when it comes to timing of all this. So as I've stated, we still have the consultant team who's done some great work for us, but we have them through June of 2021. So we anticipate that we can really plug them in and have them help with the building out that framework, helping us with some communications tools, and looking at some of those questions like the funding analysis, how much would this program cost? The demonstration projects, of course, that will likely go through irrigation season, but we can kind of figure out the timing of those as well, the application process or all of that. And then to take a step back, the UCRC, of course, has its demand management feasibility investigation going on as well. And they have some funds that they, at this point, I think are looking to spend by September 2022. So we may be getting some information there that we can feed in that might affect how we want to go about things. And, I guess I just want to make clear that through all of this, we envision providing very regular updates to you all on how all these efforts are coming together and getting input on how we're doing. But knowing what we know now and looking at all of this now and the work that it might entail, we would envision being able to provide a substantive big update probably in December of 2021 or so. We're envisioning this would be a work plan through the calendar year of 2021. And this kind of goes back to the advisability question. I don't, sitting here today, I don't know that I can say, that it would be appropriate or the right time to make a feasibility determination in December 2021. But I know that I think that we will have a lot more information at that point to consider whether or when it might be appropriate to do that. And one note that I also wanted to make on that advisability question and on the really feasibility question is we've heard, and this is related but also very separate, we've heard that it would be very helpful, and we agree, to provide regular updates on Big River issues to you all. So one other element that is not in the work plan necessarily, but just bigger Colorado River issues, is we plan to provide regular Big River updates and implement just a clear kind of procedure for doing that, likely starting in November. And I would imagine we'll be providing updates from technical, legal, policy aspects of things, all kind of incorporated. So the goal there would really be to just keep you informed, obviously, but also to give you the tools that you need in the background and the context that you might need when and if we get to that point of the advisability and feasibility question. So that's pretty much all I have, and I'll just note again that the goal would be to hear some feedback from you all, to see if we're going the right direction, if this makes sense, and for us to kind of go back and add into the outline we have now and create a work plan that you all would feel comfortable adopting at the November board meeting. And I'm fully committed to having ongoing discussions about making sure that that's looking the way that we want it to. So with that, that's what I have, and I'll stop and take any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Amy, for that. We have had a couple of members of the public sign up for public comment. I would like to invite their comment first, knowing that we will probably have a robust discussion of the board afterwards, and we can give you that input and ask questions, Amy. So first up, I have Paul Bruchet listed. Paul, are you here and are you unmuted?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Paul, and please introduce yourself and address the board.
Hello, directors. My name is Paul Bruchet, governor appointee to the IBCC, Ag Rep to the Colorado Basin Roundtable, and currently working in the Colorado River on a grant from the CWCB and the Roundtable on a project my family's tried to get done since 2003. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to applaud the CWCB board and staff at efforts to this point, and to let you all know that I feel that there's a certain amount of energy going on with the conversation that hopefully is leading in the direction of, this general concept that finding ways to conserve water within this state and in this basin can be a great thing. And I think it can especially be a great thing when it's done by producers and people with their boots on the ground. And I think that trying to stay, focused in finding ways to keep that energy at this time is key. And from the ATM grant that we are working on with the Roundtable right now, there are already steps of phase 2, phase 3, other ideas we have on how to do this kind of stuff. Because when we look at different ways of conserving water for agriculture, I feel that it's this kind of time and moment and place where it's an on-off button may not be the easiest answer for truly productive, profitable agriculture. And looking at different ways that we can move forward, working with this precious resource in ways that can perhaps provide benefit, for all is a really important thing. And I've learned so much by the fellow producers that are involved in the project, during this time frame. Very grateful for, to all of you for the opportunity, but hope we keep some momentum going with this conversation regarding water conservation. Thank you all so much.
Paul, thank you so much for joining us today. I would like to open it up. Let's limit this to any questions or comments for Paul specifically. Again, we'll get to the board discussion in a minute. I do not see any R's in the chat. And so again, Paul, thank you so much for your time and for joining us and for your water leadership in Colorado. Next up, I believe Don Schwint wanted to make some public comment. Don, are you here and are you unmuted?
Madam Chair, if I may, I think that Don was hoping that if the board, he submitted some comments, and if the board had any questions relating to his comments, he wanted to be available to answer them.
All right, so again, let's open this up. If there's any specific questions for Don, let's address those at this point. And again, seeing no R's in the chat box, I will just comment to thank Don for the time that he spent submitting comments to us. We read them. All right, and so now we will move into board discussion. Director Dutton is first, and you can line up again by putting an R in the chat so I don't skip over someone here.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. And yeah, make sure that I was unmuted there. I just really wanted to take a minute and pause the conversation and acknowledge where we are in the process of demand management. And, you know, just really to think about how we started this conversation a couple years ago. And we have spent a lot of time and effort as a water community exploring the possibility of a program. And as I've said before, but just can't say enough, I am so grateful for the time and the effort that our staff and the work groups and our stakeholders have put towards the investigation to get us to this point. And that workshop on September 2nd was really the culmination of thousands of hours of study and data gathering and conversations with people around the state and around the greater Colorado River Basin. And while I was really sorry to miss the workshop, I have to say, honestly, I didn't lose a ton of sleep over it because I was rafting in the Grand Canyon. But to get caught up for this meeting, I watched the entire workshop on YouTube, which was quite a marathon, but it gave me a really special opportunity. And instead of being a participant in that conversation, I, for a change, was an observer. And so what I saw is that I watched this group do what you have continued to do around demand management for the entirety of the process. You did your homework and you studied the material and information that was provided to you. You listened to staff and intently to our stakeholders, and you had a thoughtful, complex discussion that clearly wasn't easy about the information that you received in the path forward. And I just have to say that watching you all do that made me just so proud of you and so proud of your leadership. And it just makes me really consider myself incredibly lucky to be associated with all of you and to get to be part of this group. And it's clear that this remains a really complex issue and that the answers to the questions that we have and to the path forward are not obvious or easy. But I just want to remind you that I think we've seen in life that the things that are worth doing usually aren't easy. And so I believe that we owe it to the water users and to the communities in Colorado to continue to investigate a program that could either lessen the impacts or even avoid a compact call. And so hearing what was said, I agree that we need to take it slow. We need to consider the studies and input from our partners, but we also need to maintain forward progress, and we need to take action to find answers to the questions that remain. And at this moment, we have a rare commodity, and that's time. A compact call isn't imminent, so let's continue to use this time to study and learn. And I just want to thank Amy and Greg and Becky and your whole team, because hearing the presentation that just happened, and Amy, all of your great information and your thoughtful way forward, I think that staff have done it again. You heard the discussion and you did an outstanding job of creating a proposal that strikes that balance between measured action and progress, but also caution. So I'll give the floor back, Director Hawkins, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work that's gotten us here and to commend this board and our staff and all of our stakeholders for their thoughtfulness and commitment to this effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Dutton. I'm going to continue to watch the chat box. I have not seen any R's in the chat box, and if you guys leave silence, I'm going to start talking. So maybe I'll, as we're waiting for the R's to come in, I have some specific comments to the work plan that I will provide. I will wait to do that. But I want to start out this conversation by just saying that as I reflected on the workshop and thought about today, a really important thing happened that I might ask Director Mitchell to talk about, and that is the secretary's, the new forecast and the secretary's comments that came out while we were in the finance committee yesterday afternoon. And I want to continue to urge us to be measured, answer these questions correctly, but also understand that the entire state is relying on us to take bold leadership here. We may not be at risk of imminent curtailment, but drought is hitting the basin as it didn't do in my lifetime, my father's lifetime, and my grandmother's lifetime. So I do now see that we have an R in the chat. Director Mitchell, if you could provide us a quick update on what happened yesterday, we will then move into the R's on the comments.
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out how to unmute myself and pull up my notes also. But I think hopefully everyone is aware of some of the messaging that came out yesterday about the risk of more severe water shortages in the Colorado River Basin. That there's been a dramatic rise in that since forecasted in April. And so that would indicate that Powell and Meade could hit those crisis levels much sooner than we expected. And so I think, we're always planning for that. And that's the part of the reason that we are doing what we do. And we've been under the assumption that it's not in the foreseeable future. I think with Brenda Berman talking about more uncertainty than they previously thought, I think that it is responsible and prudent to be looking at whatever options we have. I've said this on multiple occasions, but we have a window of opportunity with this demand management. If we choose not to move forward, that is definitely something that is a choice that can be made. We can also choose to continue figuring out the best way to do this and operate a program like a demand management program, and still choose not to move forward at a later date. But I do always want to warn that under the drought contingency plan, we have that window. And once we surpass that window, we won't be able to go back and look at this in the same way. And so, again, also though, a reminder is a program like this is voluntary, and temporary and compensated. But if it was something that someone didn't want to participate in, you wouldn't have to. It would, but we have to be responsible, not only within our state, but across the entire basin to see what we can do when crisis hits. If we look at what's happening in Mexico right now and seeing some of what's going on down there, and we know water is life, and for some people it's between life and death, and I know that our farmers and our municipalities across the state feel that way too, and we don't we want to avoid a situation where we're not proactively trying to solve our problems. And so that's my comment on this. And Celine, did you want any more background on the Powell and Meade?
No, I just know that the risk of hitting that critical hydropower level at Powell increased pretty significantly. I think the increase was 12% over the last few months, which definitely caught my eye looking at that last night. So I will move on to Director Brown, who is the first up on our list.
Thank you, Chair Hawkins. I appreciate that. I won't reiterate, I think Heather said it well, Director Dutton and Director Mitchell, and I look forward to hearing others' comments, but I do just want to, again, thank the folks that commented. Of course, I've heard other comments, as I'm sure you all have, that weren't submitted directly to CWCB since we had the workshop and before. And I really appreciate all the thought that has been put into this. And, you know, as each of us have been definitely mulling over this myself for many months now. And I'm really glad, Amy, that you put the question of feasibility off until we could, in the work plan, if we could decide to go that direction, until we can do some more exploration. You know, you can talk about feasibility or plausibility or advisability or possibility until your head turns blue. But, you know, at the end, we all know that there's not a simple answer here. But I do feel strongly that we need to continue this exploration. We owe it, like Director Dutton said, to Colorado, and with the studies both from the Bureau and also from the Colorado Center for Colorado River Studies that came out, you know, in the last week as well. We know that things are looking grim. I guess maybe what my unique comment would be is that, you know, I really hope we can begin to look at demand management in the context of a larger water banking program. I think it's time for Colorado to consider how we do a little bit, modernize our water sharing. I think there's potential out there to look at a statewide water bank that can provide security for all of our water users as we move into the future, and that is inclusive of demand management and the needs that we have in meeting our compact obligations there, as we continue to do in all of our other compacts as well. So, you know, I definitely don't look at demand management as the only problem we have on the table right now to solve. And as a rural resident myself, I really appreciate the fact that we have many generations of agriculturalists that are looking to the next generation and wondering what will become of their operations and what will become of their communities. And frankly, that's first and foremost on my list of concerns, is how we manage to support agriculture through these times in a way that makes sense for their operations and for the greater benefit of Colorado. And so we have a big lift here, and I think that the work plan is a great place to start. So again, thank you. I think we can get into some details. I know this Zoom format, I'll say, is getting very old and incredibly awkward, but I really appreciated the conversation we had on the 2nd. I look forward to be able to do some idea sharing today and as we move through this next phase of work. And I guess my last comment is just, Amy, I really thank you for including maybe some more board engagement in this next plan. I personally would like to be more engaged and not have the work just falling on different work groups or consultants or the IBCC. I think many of us have a lot of things to bring from our basin and our experience that we can help bolster the work that we will do in looking at this program. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brown. Director Brody, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too want to thank Amy and the entire team for a very thoughtful approach to such a complex issue. I agree that this is a good step forward, and just wanted to share some thoughts and then had maybe a question or two as well. I heard Director George's comments earlier in making the IBCC report, and I think they really resonated with me as we think about the work plan and how we move forward as a board, and in particular that we need to make sure that folks who are affected by the decisions have the opportunity to be at the table when the decisions are made, and that everyone needs to have access to those decision-making events and needs to be able to inform those decisions, or at least have the opportunity for those who choose to avail themselves of it. Obviously, we can't compel people, but I do think it's important that throughout the process, we make sure that people know what those decision points are and how to participate, whether that's participation in a pilot, whether that's participation in a stakeholder discussion, whether that's participation, in a board meeting directly. But I do think that as you continue to build out the work plan and refine it, it's important to identify what those opportunities are in the work plan, so that everyone knows when there will be opportunities to provide input, on the various topics and on the various themes that you identified. One question I have, so you identified sort of three questions, the feasibility question, the advisability question, and then the implementation question. Is the idea that we would be sort of exploring all three of those areas in parallel? How do you envision that happening in terms of sequence, and how do you envision that all coming together?
Thanks, Director Brody. That's a great question. And they all, feed into each other to some extent, but I think that there are some clear delineations. So in my mind, what we're really focused on right now is the doability question. The advisability question, I think, is safely saved for the day when, if and when you get to a point where the board determines that it's doable, based on what we would like a program to potentially look like. And at that point in time, that's when the advisability determination would come. Simply, again, because there are a lot of big river issues that we would need to look at and understand in real time at the point at which that decision would be made. So I think that this, I tried to really focus it on doability primarily, but like I said, it's kind of hard to look at that without getting into what would we want a program to look like. So I think that it would be the doability question primarily with that potential program design kind of in there as well. And the advisability questions is all kind of built to get us to the point where you all feel comfortable making that determination, the advisability, which would ultimately, I think, lead to the feasibility determination. Does that clarify a little bit?
I think so, though I think it will certainly help me to kind of see it as you flesh it out on paper. And that was going to be just my final comment, is that I do think it's important as you build out the work plan to have some type of a roadmap or framework, some type of visual, so that people know, when we're talking about funding, that's a feasibility issue or whatever it may be that needs to be resolved before the board can make that feasibility determination. As opposed to if we're talking about the details of, how might the communications aspect or the education and outreach aspect of the program look like? That's really under the category of what would this program look like in the state of Colorado? So just as you think about kind of going from concept to work plan, where do these themes fall? What are the action steps that you plan to take to address or speak to whatever the specific issue is that's been identified either through the work groups, that's been identified as a question by the board or by stakeholders, so that everybody kind of knows where we are and that we have some way of also documenting what are the outcomes of whatever that action step is. So if it's further analysis by the consultants, what are the questions that analysis is going to resolve, or at least move us down the path on, and how are we going to report those results? Similarly, if it's a pilot, what specific question or questions is the pilot designed to answer, and where will those outcomes, those findings be captured, so that everybody can follow along and have the opportunity to be part of that decision-making process, and understand kind of where we're at in the process. Does that make sense?
Thank you. That makes complete sense. And some of these items we have begun kind of spelling out in the outline that we have going, but I think that, I think that these are all really great points and that we can certainly incorporate all of that.
Thank you.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Excellent discussion, Amy. Thank you. Getting your arms and your team, your arms around such a large body of information and process, it's very impressive, and we're grateful. I would like to just build on some of the comments and the doability, and looking at the information you presented in your distillation, the opportunity to start to test some of the variables. We're seeing Paul Boucher's comments around ways that we can start to identify water in the basin and conserving water for agriculture. What are some of the variables that will make that successful? Well, that is a way that we can start to establish a common data set. We can all speculate all day long, and I think we've seen that through many of the tools that we currently use, ATMs, Instream flows. If we can have this opportunity to test some of these variables, and then we can build on that common experience, using that word trust that we heard this morning being so important, that right now it's pretty wide open as to what the results what it will look like. And I really am leaning on Director Mitchell's comments. We don't have the luxury of time. I think that is, we're seeing this move, this climate move, all of these issues move much more quickly. The growth in the West, much more quickly than we're willing to admit. It's just like the Director Dunton's of the issues you're facing in the San Luis Valley. We can't afford to hit that wall and have the other states do to us what we could be doing for ourselves, finding a path forward. And so I am wanting us to look at this work plan, to build in it ways we can test the variables, test the assumptions, start to build a path forward, and find other opportunities like Paul Boucher's work that we can look at it and identify the early adopters. It's not going to be for everyone. Not everyone's going to step up. Where is that voluntary component? Where's the equity? But I would say that not everyone has to buy in up front, but everyone maybe can have a better assessment of what some of our challenges are and opportunities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. I don't see any other R's in the chat. Do other board members want to ask Amy questions or make any comments? Well, seeing none for now, I will, Director Felt.
Thank you. I got to preface my comments like I do every meeting, it seems like, by saying I'm late to the game, and I may say things that were dismissed years ago as bad ideas, or say things that are ignorant. And if they are, you can be assured that it's ignorance. It's not arrogance, it's just ignorance. But I do, I am a person who I think by my nature is always trying to find these real consensual solutions that work for everybody, keeps everybody at the table, and just always trying to find that middle path. But there's something in my gut right now is telling me that may not be the best stance in this situation. And so maybe a simple way to frame it up is that maybe we need to be taking a sort of a yes and approach here, and maybe we are, and I just don't totally grasp that. But sometimes it is true, nice guys finish last, and there is a real reality to the situation that we're in that I think a lot of people who are working on this challenge don't necessarily acknowledge, because they are completely invested in the rule of law, basically, and believe that whatever has been written down in the past is, as a rule or the law or whatever, is going to be what happens or what we have to live by. And I don't know, this sounds kind of weird, but there is also an element to possession, right? The water's up here and they want some down there. And yes, I totally acknowledge we have a almost century-old compact and everything, but it does make me really hesitate about purposefully putting that water somewhere for them, where they can access it if they need it, where it's very difficult for us to get it back. And I just wonder if we shouldn't simultaneously be really looking at different ways to address the fundamental problem of trying to develop additional water to prevent this legal situation from playing out, but not giving up possession of it until we have to. And there's a lot of, I think, different ways you can do that physically in the state of Colorado. I also think that curtailment sounds really tough, and real threatening, but there's talking about it and there's actually doing it. And I think if I was a lower basin state, I would be very skeptical about a call on the Colorado actually playing out the way to my best benefit. That it could instead turn into just a huge train wreck. And I feel like, I don't want to over dramatize it or anything, but in this day and age and the way this country is behaving, I would not expect a significant percentage of people to comply with curtailment. I want to be real world about this. The people who are going to get curtailed aren't going to just roll over and say, oh, you got me. And so when I think about that, I kind of feel like, when I think about sort of everything I said, I feel like there's a little more of a hardball element that maybe Director Mitchell is playing that way. I don't know. I don't get to go to these meetings, or I don't know what's going on exactly with it. But to me, it feels like we talk about demand management as a way to protect ourselves, but really the real reason for doing it is to protect the lower basin, right? So that they ultimately are assured of their water. And this is a better way to do it than risking curtailment for them. It's better for them. And so I feel like I mentioned at the September 2nd meeting that we should get some concurrence from them that they like whatever it is we're working on, or that they're going to prove it as a valid way of producing water for them that they wouldn't have otherwise received. But I also think we should be looking at concessions that we may be able to extract from them in exchange for doing this. Because honestly, this is really about them, not us. It's about lessening the pain to us, but ultimately it's about getting them their water. And so I have no problem. I mean, in fact, I'm supportive of pursuing these studies and trying to figure out what this might look like. But I also think we need some parallel threads running. And again, they may be running already, that are looking at maybe a more in-state solution to our part of the challenge with different forms of storage, which to my mind definitely includes underground as a fairly approachable response. But then also I think taking a pretty firm stance and really reminding them that this is for them, and there may be some things they need to do in response to us going through all this effort and putting ourselves through, even in a voluntary way, putting ourselves through some tough times that may not ultimately prove to be necessary. I know the new news from yesterday is it's worse than we think, but still, we don't know how it's all going to play out. So this is just food for thought. I'm not pounding the table or anything, but I just wanted to share that. It's been on my mind since the second. Thank you.
Director Brody.
Let me see if Director Mitchell wanted to respond first.
I just wanted to say a couple words in response to that, Greg, or Director Felt, sorry. But I do think it's important to recognize demand management is not a solution in and of itself. We know that. We've run the numbers. I don't think that we can do a program like this without looking at the whole system. It would be potentially a piece of the solution, not the entire solution. So when you talk about in-state solutions, I believe that that's about as accurate as it comes. We have to fully utilize the existing storage that we have. We have to look at other potential storage solutions and water banking. And there's a ton of work that's already happened on that. With that, how do we get into how do we use everything that we have in our toolbox for our in-state solution? And so it is just a piece. And so also I want to touch on a little bit what you said about that it's, really to the lower basin, it's lower basin, getting the benefit. It's always important to remember that that yes, it is getting into a system. If we talk about it in the very simplistic way that it's talking about getting into PAL, it is getting into a system that we can't get it back, and for Colorado's benefit at that point in time. But there is a benefit to Colorado that we need to not forget, and that is if we are lessening our compact concern at some point in a dire place in the future, that is of benefit to Colorado. And so there will be some sort of, not approval by the lower basin, but some sort of sign off that this is okay. A lot of those discussions already happened through the drought contingency plan process prior to my role, or prior to me being in this role. But I do think it's important to recognize we're not putting the effort into this for the benefit of lower basin states. The only reason that we have put the effort, time, money, clout, to be perfectly honest, across the state is because we do see that using all of the in-state solutions that we can see that we know are out there, or some that we may not know are out there, that is a benefit for Colorado. And I would not put in this time, money, and effort if it was only a benefit to their security and not ours.
Director Ruedi?
Thank you. I appreciate Director Felt's healthy skepticism, and I do think we always need to be raising those questions and having that skeptical view when we're thinking about kind of the Colorado River and how do our actions relate to risks and benefits both to Colorado and to the other states, both in the upper and lower basin. In terms of kind of the interstate strategy, I trust that Director Mitchell, is going to make good decisions on behalf of our state. She's got an incredible team advising her, and I think as the board, we kind of need to take a back seat and allow her and the team to lead on that. To me, again, and I think this sort of speaks to your yes and comment. I think this is a yes and. Demand management is not the be all end all, but I do think it's a potentially really good tool in our toolbox if it's feasible and if we can figure out how to implement it in a way that makes sense for our state, because it presents at least an opportunity for us to come up with those more creative collaborative solutions rather than having the law of the river imposed upon us. Again, demand management in and of itself is not going to necessarily solve or avoid curtailment, but it gives us opportunities to explore solutions that aren't otherwise available to us. And so for that reason, I think, it is worth pursuing alongside, other strategies, whether it's in-state storage, either above ground or in aquifers, whatever those other opportunities may be. We've got a lot of great, creative, thoughtful people around the state, like Paul Boucher and others. And I think we need to encourage that type of creative solutionizing both inside and outside of this demand management feasibility investigation. But all of that being said, and with that healthy skepticism in the back of our minds, I still think we need to pursue this, at least to further explore, is this feasible? Does it make sense? Is it a tool that we want to have available to us as we face a really challenging, uncertain future?
Director Feld, I'm going to respond to you briefly and then call on Director Schwartz. With all due respect, we're not lawless here in Colorado, and we're not lawless in the Upper Basin. And this board needs to be making policy decisions with fundamental faith that our citizens are going to abide by a law that's embedded in the state's constitution. So I hear what you're saying, but I also live in an area of the state where we have the only sheriff's deputy that is completely tasked to water. And so I feel like it is important to say that we are not lawless here. Our water users work very hard to stay within the law and are very strong proponents of it. And so I take exception at the suggestion that they would not respect a curtailment if it came down. I think it is our job to see what we can do to mitigate against having to do that in the state. Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I'd like to just go back to Director Brown's comments. And I really felt you said something really important. And speaking to, like, I'm talking about testing variables, what's out there, but this water banking, modernizing our water sharing and flexibility, I think that's just an example of how we can define pathways moving forward and maybe make some legislative recommendations that fit with or as a byproduct of this work plan. So I'd like to delve a little deeper in some of your thinking, because unfortunately, progress in legislative solutions is moving a lot slower than the climate is, than our river issues and population growth. So what is some of your thinking around that flexibility piece?
Just to clarify, Director Schwartz, that was directed at me, right?
No, Director Brown, I'm sorry.
All right, sorry about that. I lost track.
Director Brown.
Thanks, Director Schwartz. So, I mean, generally, I think that before demand management came to be via the drought contingency plan, I know I worked with others, the River District, the state, the Front Range Water Council, the Nature Conservancy, Southwest Water Conservancy District, and I know I'm probably forgetting somebody else, to explore just the concept in general of bringing water banking to Colorado. And, I'll make this short since our time here is not, I actually don't know how much time we have, but I'll still keep it short. And then demand management came to be. And I think the point is we have, as you know, as a former senator, looked into water banking in the past throughout the state, and it's maybe had a little bit more success in Director Felt's Basin than in others, but I think that we know at this point that we have somewhat of a limited amount of water, and that we should be able to share that water. We can do all sorts of things. We've seen Bitcoin come, we've seen all sorts of different ways that technology has made transactions easier. And in my mind, we absolutely look at demand management, but we look at it while we are while we're looking at a larger solution that people can share water in normal times too, not just to send it to Lake Powell. So, I firmly believe we've seen Australia do some creative things. We've seen different states in the U.S., including Montana and Idaho, and some of our larger irrigation districts down on the West Coast implement some creative ideas as well. So there are, as a headwater state, as a strong agricultural state, I think it's just time for us to acknowledge that we may not have a lot more water development, and the calls for more storage and those types of things just may not fit perfectly into every basin. So how do we do what we can with what we have? And, I'd be happy to chat separately about some of the ideas that, have been discussed, or there's been some reporting out of that water bank work group that existed, but I certainly don't want to hold up the time now, but I hope that that's somewhat useful to you, Director Schwartz, and thank you for acknowledging the idea.
No, thank you. And again, another tool that we should incorporate into a work plan, because it isn't the legal definitions that are in statute are not the status quo. And how do we encourage innovations like you're talking about. So I appreciate you putting that on the table.
So, Amy, I'll go ahead and give you a few specific comments. I'll start by building off of sort of that discussion that we just had. One of the things that I'm hearing a lot on the Western Slope is whether demand management is the right tool, and a concern that we're only looking at demand management. And so when we get to that advisability question, I think we need a little bit more under our belts about what the suite of tools looks like, and a little better sense of how demand management does or doesn't fit into, whether it's a larger water banking program, whether there's different flavors of demand management that meet the unique needs in Colorado. I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm getting the sense that we need as a board to have better answers to that question as we approach that advisability question. And I would specifically note that there's some questions in the Law and Policies group's policy framework that I think might be helpful for us to take a closer look at. There's some specific policy questions that they've asked about the definition of temporary that I think are starting to get at this. And I think that if we find that there's, something that has come up as an idea that maybe doesn't fit an exact definition in the demand management storage agreement, I don't want to sort of lose that. I think we need to say, does this need to be a different tool in our sort of suite of tools that we're going to have in Colorado to address this issue? So I'd like, when we're approaching that work plan and we're thinking about that advisability question, I really think we need to have better answers to what the suite of tools may look like to deal with this problem. The other sort of logistical question that I wanted to raise today is that, again, that policy framework, after rereading it after the workshop, raised a question for me about the board providing some incremental policy guidance. Yes, there's going to be a point where either we decide that we're going to make a determination or that we're not going to go any farther in the investigation. But I think there might be points along the way where we have to set some additional sideboards. And again, there's a lot of policy questions that have been put back to us by the demand management work groups. So I would really encourage you to not just check in with the board, but help the board identify some milestones where we can provide some policy guidance that helps to frame the conversation as we move down this process in the next year. And then the final note that I have is there were some very specific questions about the tribes in that policy framework. And I also didn't see them included in the possible demonstration projects, and just think that we need to continue that conversation and make sure that the tribal issues are not siloed as they're handled in a respectful government to government manner. And those were my comments, other than just I like the refining that's being done and look forward to seeing a work plan where we can make more targeted progress over the next year. Are there any other comments or discussion from the board on this item? Amy, do you have what you need from us for the day? Oh, Director Brown.
Thanks, Chairwoman Hopkins. I guess my just last request would be that, as much as the Zoom format is definitely not my favorite, I would just request that we do more workshops. I think, I've been sounding this alarm for a while now, and I really appreciate all of the work that staff has done to ease up on some of the other items that we've had on our agendas to make more time for demand management and this larger process. But of course, there's super important things that this board does, but I would hope that this is near the top, if not at the top of our list over the next year and a half, however long it takes us, and that we can really spend some time being able to dialogue with one another and having the public comment and just making sure that we're educating one another on the different things that we're hearing and allowing that public comment at the meeting. And just really utilizing our time, since we can't speak with one another on this topic outside of the board meetings, to dialogue. I think it's incredibly important. And I just want to put that plug in there that that this is the good work. And I just so appreciate hearing from all of my fellow board members and from the public when we have that opportunity. So as much as we can do it, I'm there.
Thank you, Director Brown. Director Dutton.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with what Director Brown is saying, and that it is hard to sit still in front of the computer for 2 days and not be able to see you guys. But I think that this issue and the other things that we're talking about are important enough that having workshops and then prioritizing more discussion time, and even this meeting, or maybe this is the last one too, moving to the 2-day format, I'm willing to do it so that we can have these conversations. So thanks, staff, for providing a longer agenda to us. And yeah, just want to say that I agree with Director Brown's sentiments there.
All right, Amy, we good?
We're great. I really just want to say I so appreciate all the feedback that you all have provided. And I think that there's, I have taken careful notes. I think it will incorporate really well into the outline that we have going for the next work plan. And I look forward to working with this and what we've been working on, and to putting something in front of you all. So if anything else comes to mind, anything specific that you want to make sure that we're incorporating, let us know. And I look forward to talking to you again soon about this.
Thank you, Amy. Let's move on to agenda item 11, Basin Fund MOA reallocation request.
Hi, this is Alex Funk, CWCB staff. Can everyone hear me? So just
we can hear you, Alex.
Okay, thanks. So I'll keep this pretty quick. So under this agenda item, this is a Basin Fund MOA reallocation request from the Dolores project. Just a quick background for some new board members. The Basin Fund Memorandum of Agreement was executed back in 2011 by the Upper Colorado River Division states, Reclamation, and other Colorado River Basin water users. In a nutshell, this agreement allows for a process where Upper Division states, including Colorado, are able to access excess hydropower revenues for operations, maintenance, and replacement activities at Colorado River storage participating projects, which are federally owned facilities, largely providing supplemental irrigation supply to Western Slope users, as well as providing some municipal and tribal water uses as well. All of these projects are located within the Southwest Gunnison and Colorado River basins. So under the MOA, Colorado received a set allocation of funds, and essentially CWCB serves as a curator of that allocation, sort of managing that balance to avoid any overruns. In March 2019, the board did adopt some guidance for CWCB staff to manage requests to modify projects, such as changes in budgets and scope. And these guidelines were adopted really out of some concern that some of the active MOA projects may go over their original budgets. And if that trend continued without some additional oversight, the state could run into some issues of exceeding its general balance. So we did develop that process, and any request over $250,000 comes before the board, and why we're here today on this item. So, which brings me to this reallocation request. And Ken Curtis with the Dolores Water Conservancy District is also online and can answer any questions the board may have. But essentially, this modification is from the Dolores project. This is located in southwestern Colorado. It provides irrigation water for agriculture, as well as the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation and some local municipalities. This project is very unique in that it can provide pressurized irrigation water using a series of pumps to lift and pressurize delivery pipelines, which really provides some flexibility in delivering water to users. So these pumps are really kind of the center, sort of components of this entire project, and are the focus of this project modification. And so with the use of some MOA funds, there's been an effort to rebuild or sort of replace each of these pumps. And this scope includes rebuilding the remaining 6 fixed speed pumps. So when this project was originally approved by Reclamation back in 2017, that was approved at $520,000, but based on some recent projects that Dolores has completed, they are expecting that some of these next rebuilds will likely require some additional funds, and are thus requesting that there's a reallocation of $317,000 to complete this work. So just kind of like walk through those steps. We did reach out to Dolores and Reclamation to kind of walk through the guidelines. This project remains really the top priority for the Dolores project in terms of their MOA dollars. These pumps are absolutely critical to the overall operation and delivery of multi-benefit water to users within that system. And kind of moving along those guidelines, these funds will come from other active Dolores MOA projects where there is a remaining balance. So only coming from within Dolores's active projects, which means that there will be very minimal impacts to other CRSP MOA projects or other things that are on our active roster. And so with that, we kind of made this determination that there would be minimal impact and are hopefully going to move forward with this reallocation. So I guess I'll pause there. If there are any questions from the board, again, Ken and I are both available to answer anything the board may want to know before I go to the recommendation.
Thank you, Alex. And I am watching the chat. Does anybody want to make a comment here? Well, seeing none, Alex, I know I worked with you when we did the policy on how these types of requests were going to move forward. I think this worked very well and was very pleased that the Dolores Water Conservancy District was able to sort of just shift things around within their allocated funds to make this work. I think that's exactly how this should be moving forward as we look at expending funds under the MOA. With that said, Ken Curtis is here. I would invite Ken to make any comments to the board at this point. Let's make sure Ken's unmuted.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would just stand for questions. This is an important project to us. It's a proverbial bird in the hand, continuing a active project, the third year of it, and is most efficient use of the funds for improving our project. So thank you.
Well, thanks for being here. Alex, I think we can move into staff recommendation.
Great. So staff recommends that the CWCB board approve the proposed Dolores project pumping plant replacement MOA reallocation request.
Director Brody.
I would like to move approval of staff recommendation on item 11.
Thank you. Director Brody has moved to approve staff recommendation on item 11, seconded by Director Felt. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you are opposed, please signify by letting me know in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. Thank you. Let's
Thank
move
you.
in. Thanks, Alex. Let's move into item 12, Attorney General's report.
Hey, everybody. We have a new team member, and I believe she's on this call. Her name is Emily Halverson. She's currently an assistant attorney general in the federal and interstate water unit in the defense of the Colorado River subunit. She's a CU law grad and previously worked as an assistant city attorney for the city of Boulder. She worked on water quality and water utilities issues, stormwater, wastewater, industrial pretreatment, and water resources. We're absolutely thrilled to have her, and I think we're also thrilled to let you know that with her hire, the Colorado River subunit is at full capacity. So many thanks to Lane Leoniak for her tireless efforts to get that team staffed back up again. As you all know, the Attorney General's report is in your board materials. If you guys have any questions, our team is here and we're happy to answer them, public-facing questions. And if not, then we can move into executive session.
Are there any questions during open session about the Attorney General's report?
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to go on record that I will be recusing myself in executive session regarding item 13C regarding the Chatfield Storage Reallocation Project due to my employer's ongoing negotiations with the state related to that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brody. With that, Councillor Beatty, I think we can move towards executive session.
Perfect. Then I recommend the board make a motion to go into executive session to consider items 13A through C as identified on the board's agenda. I would also like to add something to the executive session. That's going to be a quick discussion regarding process for the Instream flow rulemaking. This executive session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 24.6.402(3)(a)(2) and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. We need a motion.
Director Brody.
I'll move that we go into executive session as stated by Director Beatty for purposes of considering items 13A through D.
It's been so moved by Director Brody, seconded by Director Felt. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If anyone is opposed to the motion, please signify in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. We will now take a break before we move into executive session. Councillor Beatty, I know we're running a little bit early. Can we take a maybe a 17-minute break instead of a 15-minute break and come back at 2:20? Will that work?
Sounds fine with me.
Right. We'll be on.
Celine, can I say something really quickly? I'm going to have Viola just move the board members, Attorney General staff, and the staff that are presenting in executive session to executive session. And if there are any additional qualified members that are able to be in there, send a request to Viola to be moved in there. But other than that, I think our staff's time is better spent actually working, and we'll get through executive session as quickly as possible.
Sounds good. See everybody at 2:20. All right, I think we are back into the main session now, and we are on agenda item 14, report from executive session.
Pursuant to statute, the board went into executive session to consider items 13A through C and the addition of D, which was the Instream flow rulemaking processes. Discussion during the executive session was limited to those items and no action was taken. We are now out of executive session.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. And seeing no other comments from the board, we can recess for the day and we will reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening, everyone.
Great job, Director Hawkins.
Good job. See you tomorrow.
Good seeing everybody.